Let me have it, guys. Tuesday, 28 November, year of Lord 2023. We got more of that to play and to bring the show in, but I think we've heard enough. Of course, and by the way, being far right now means that you want a balanced budget and you want the invasion of our nation to stop, and you don't want to fund the Ukraine war anymore, and you know the vaccines are poison. That's far right. All topics of which you're correct on. Overnight, $61 billion added to the national debt. Overnight, $61 billion. On the 18th of September, just over 60 days ago, we passed $33 trillion. This morning, as we speak, we're at $33.8 trillion. We will pass, my number is we will pass $34 trillion on the morning of 28 December of this year. That will be 100 days, an additional $1 trillion. And what are they arguing up there right now? They're arguing about, they're going to put some gimmicks on the board. Here's what the Senate's spending all their time on. How to jam through a $60 to $80 billion
this holiday season,
financing
the phone really
of
is
the
the
corrupt
gift.
oligarchs in Ukraine with money not only don't we have, the Chinese won't even lend it to us. We're just going to have to print it. On adding $1 trillion of debt, $1 trillion in 100 days, as we call it. The interest expense next year is going to be over $1 trillion. Just everybody understand, when we are never going to pay off one penny of the principal amount of the debt. We are going to scramble just to make the interest payments and to keep everything else tied together. I want to start off with Raheem Kassam. Raheem, you were Nigel's wingman on Brexit. You saw the beginning. Michael Moore, a total called shot. He absolutely nailed our strategy for when I stepped in the 100 days was to focus on the blue wall up there, because we could see in the polling that it was coming our way. And all we had to do was drive the message and get President Trump out there, then candidate Trump in front of people. They're petrified today of the polling, of Barris's polling in the Rust Belt, what we've gone on for the last couple of days. What are your thoughts of where we stand, and particularly Johnson? And Speaker Johnson's a good man, but he's no fire breather, and he is. Let's be brutally frank about this. And Speaker Johnson's office ought to take this to heart. We support him. He's a good man. However, he's got to get on top of the math here. Some of the statements he's making is just more happy-clappy, and the impeachment inquiry that we're going to get and the J6, they're fine, but we're not going to treat those as shiny toys. They have to be done, but they're not shiny toys. They're not going to get us off the central issue of the day, and that is the inextricably linked nature of the invasion of our southern border with 10 million illegal aliens let in here by the Biden regime that is directly linked to the financial collapse of the United States of America. Raheem Kassam, your thoughts?
Yeah, Steve, and belated happy birthday, by the way. I look at this as one large, one large issue, not separate issues, right? They all play into each other, and that's how we looked at them back in 2016 as well, right? That's how we looked at the membership of the European Union. It's how we looked at the media apparatus. It's how we looked at my country, Britain's debt at the time. How many people were coming into the country at the time? Which irony of all ironies, you look at Rishi Sunak's government in the United Kingdom now, and they're actually importing far more people than they were prior to that Brexit vote. And so you have to consider it from this perspective, right? You say, Mike Johnson, good man, sure he is, conservative guy, sure he is, but is he a declinist? You can still be a good man, a conservative man, a MAGA man, and still kind of have in the back of your mind, okay, well, the nation's in decline. We're just going to try and soften the blow, soften the landing, pull the parachute a bit earlier. And of course, Kevin McCarthy, the reason that Kevin McCarthy was ousted was not some personal beef. It wasn't one issue or another. It wasn't the January 6th tapes. It was everything as a whole. Kevin McCarthy was an American declinist, right? And so that's how you have to perceive all of this now, and that's what next year is going to be about. You look at all of the numbers, the data, the polling, the focus groups, all the testing from left pollsters, right pollsters, even Ron DeSantis' own pollsters, which did a study for NBC News alongside Hart Research, which showed that abortion is the single largest issue for single issue voters, which is an extraordinary thing. And it gets us onto a point where you have to understand that you don't have to cede moral ground. You don't have to cede philosophical ground on this issue, but you do need to start learning how to talk about the issue and how to bring people over to your side on the issue. It's actually not all that different from talking about something like Brexit, from talking about something like leaving the European Union, which, back in the early 90s was a 3 or 4% popularity issue. By 2016, obviously won a majority of the votes, and it was not, the issue didn't change. Right? It didn't change actually what we wanted to do. We still actually got out of the European Union, still unpacking a lot of it, but that was always going to be the case. But we changed how we talked about the issue, and I think when you look at issues like that, they're going to focus there. The reason you hear all these people talk about our democracy and the institutions and all of that is that's another one. It's another salient point where the left believes that it can convince single issue voters, and that's what the data is showing us right now. I happen to believe that on that second issue, on the democracy issue and all of that, I think it's a farce. I think their messaging is a farce, and I don't think it particularly lands very well. But on the abortion issue, they do land punches, and they land punches on ballot measures across the country, and they land punches on the debate stage.
Okay, hang on. What I want to do is we have a clip of your amazing interview with President Trump. I want to play that. We will go to break, or essentially come close to going to break, and then we'll bring you back for your analysis. Let's play. I want to play this because this is what could stand between victory and defeat. Let's play Raheem's interview with President Trump about this topic.
You're putting this thing forward now on abortion to say, hey, listen, the country is sick of having this argument all the time. They actually want a solution to it, right? But if the Democrats now come back, right, so you don't have to explain this to me, but if the Democrats come back to you and say, no, we're not interested in a deal with you, are you willing to then say, well, look, we tried. Now these Republicans are going to do what they're going to do?
Sure. But the Democrats are the radicals because they're willing to, remember I said during my debate with Hillary, no longer crooked Hillary. I call her beautiful Hillary because I've used the word crooked for Joe Biden because it's so accurate. And I don't like with enough words, you don't have to use the same word with two people.
Yep.
But I said, rip the baby out of the womb in the 7th, 8th, 9th month. And that really shook people up. Nobody ever heard of the term. Right. I never knew the term before that debate. Right. We were talking about it. And I said, she's willing to rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month. No Democrat wants that. Meaning almost no Democrat. Right. There are some probably that don't care.
But like the grassroots Democrats don't.
Yeah, but they don't want that. Right. So they're really the radical because that's what we don't want to do. I think something can happen. This is an issue that's been going on for 52 years. I was able to end it. That gave tremendous negotiating power to the pro-life movement. Tremendous negotiating power. Because they can't do the things that they used to be able to do. The pro-life was fighting it. We have these groups fighting this thing for so many decades. But it's exactly 52 years as of a date in the not-too-distant future. And that's a long time. Everybody's raising money all the time. Everybody, I don't know, maybe it's some kind of a business. I don't know what's going on. But
it's a lot of money. Everybody
was amazed that I was able to do it. And I put them in a great negotiating position. And we don't want to blow it. This is an incredible thing that happened. And we also bring it back to the states, which everybody, all legal scholars, both sides wanted it brought back to the states. We did a lot of things. We're in a tremendous position to negotiate something very good right now. And we'll see what that is.
Wow, Raheem, what an incredible interview. Incredible interview. You clean up pretty nicely, too. I notice you're not as cleaned up when you come into the war room, but hey, just saying. Incredible interview. Let's take a short break. We're going to bring Raheem Kassam back, which could be the single issue that tries to chop block us, as is chop blocked a lot since the Dobbs decision. Short commercial break. Back in the war with Raheem Kassam in a moment.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Cars will break down. And when they do, it's too late. If your car is out of warranty, it leaves you with two choices. Get stuck paying for expensive repairs, or one phone call to CarShield. Their administrators pay for your covered repairs so you don't have to. Your coverage includes roadside assistance, towing, rental, and so much more. Plus, with their nationwide network, you choose the mechanic or dealer. Best of all, there's coverage for every wallet size. Make the smart call before it's too late. Call CarShield today.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks are a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen One, the portable oxygen concentrator you can take almost anywhere.
With this little device, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
The Inogen One is so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen One for 30 days completely risk-free. Give us a call right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days completely risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen One system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-835-1488. 800-835-1488. This is a paid advertisement for legal services. If your long-term disability claim was denied, listen closely. You may be able to recover money. Unum is one of the largest disability insurance carriers, and companies you know like Colonial Life, New York Life, and National Life Group are all part of the Unum family. Unum was fined millions for wrongly denying claims. You may be owed compensation. Let us help you get through the appeal process.
Call Sokolov Law, 800-992-4625. That's 800-992-4625. I'm an unattorney spokesperson.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Call the number on your screen today.
A life can change in just minutes. Choking kills over a dozen people a day. That's why you need the Life Act, the only clinically proven airway clearance device that can work in seconds.
Oh my God, please hurry.
The Life Act is quick and simple to use in an emergency, when time matters most. Just place, push, and pull to remove the object. The next time someone's life is on the line due to a choking emergency, be prepared with Life Act.
Call 877-LIFE-ACT or go to lifeact.net now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Raheem, great interview with the president. Tell me, why is that clip, why is that part of your interview so important, and how's it link to our cold open, where the Democrats understand that they can see the numbers too, they can see the math of what's happening here, this tectonic plate shift that's coming our way. Link them both together, and what is the solution?
Yeah, well, the way it stands at the moment, Steve, is that the political left are clearly finding that they are having to chip away at very specific things in very specific neighborhoods. They actually now think, and I think they're correct in thinking this, that their path is very narrow in 2024, and so they're really trying to figure out, where on the peripheries they can chip away. And unfortunately, the way the political right has spoken about the abortion issue, mostly pre-Trump, and dealt with it, mostly Trump, is somewhere where they find they can make headway, especially, as I said before the break, with these single issue voters. That is what all of the data is pointing to at the moment. And again, what President Trump is saying in that interview, and what he's been saying, and Carrie Lake is fantastic at talking about this as well, is not that the conservative position on this needs to change. It's the way of talking about the issue that needs to change. Firstly, of course, it is the left that are the radicals on abortion. It is the left that are the extremists on that, and they that needs to be shown and explained to the left base, to the generic Democrat ballot voting base. That can be done relatively easily, but the thing that's in the way, the roadblock here, is actually not anyone from the left. The roadblock on getting that message across is actually, what I call pro-life Inc. All right, these institutional pro-life groups that have existed for the last 50-odd years that have become so used to a certain way of thinking, talking, and fundraising off that issue that they actually don't feel equipped and don't feel willing to pivot. Certainly not pivoting to the way that Donald Trump talks about the issue. So personally, I believe that he is in a much better position on this than the institutional pro-life movement. I think they should be following instead of trying to, bash him over the head on certain things just because he doesn't take their line on it. I don't think the conservative movement in this country can afford to keep making the same mistakes, to keep losing, elections all across the country as a result of that issue. And it does keep coming up. Their tactics are wrong. The way they speak about it is shown to be a failure. And I think personally, the way Trump and Carrie Lake talk about this issue is far more compelling to people.
I could have pulled 5 or 6 stories off of National Pulse this morning to talk about how do people get there, how do they get involved, how do they make that part of their diet, like Gateway Pundit, Citizens Free Press, etc., National Pulse. How do you make it part of the staple of someone's media diet early in the morning?
Yeah, sure. Well, the first thing I would do is make sure you have the app, the National Pulse app. It's in the App Store, Android and iOS, the Apple App Store, the National Pulse. You go to thenationalpulse.com, make sure that's in your browser, sign up for the in-browser notifications. And the most critical part of this is, like, in the new year, we've solidified this site now. We're pumping out, fast, accurate, intriguing news stories for people. We don't waste your time. We don't blast ads at you all day long. We're not interested in that. We want to grow the site, and we need people's help to do that. One of the things we've done is we've got so many thousands of members now that we're launching a gift subscription, so that for Christmas you can purchase your friends, your family members, your colleagues a gift subscription to the National Pulse, where you get all sorts of extras, right? You get my editor's notes. We're going to be doing meetups in the new year. We're going to be making movies, lots of different things that you get for that. And you can go to thenationalpulse.com/gift. That is now live. I'm delighted to say. And if you like real news, if you support real news, if you support what we're trying to do, you have to help us to grow, because there's no billionaires backing us here. There's no corporate cash. As I say, there's no advertising revenue. It's all membership driven by the people and for the people. So go to thenationalpulse.com/gift and give the gift of real news this Christmas.
Fantastic. People got to go. The National Pulse is hot, as Trump would say. And your breakdown between American declinist, and we haven't talked about the accelerationist in that regard. We'll have you back on about that. But your thoughts on this, on the pro-life situation, is absolutely dead spot on, as is the president. So thank you, Raheem Kassam. Raheem, what's your also social media? Besides going to National Pulse, where do people get you for all your vitriol?
Yeah, the Twitter and the X, that's a different brand of Raheem. That's just at Raheem Kassam. If you like things a little bit spicier, if you like to get a little bit more down and dirty, let's say, especially with a lot of the DeSantis supporters who are very angry in my replies every day, that's at Raheem Kassam on all the platforms.
Raheem, thank you so much. Let's go to Steve Stern. The precinct committee strategy paid off. I guess you're vice chairman, Steve. Tell us what happened down in Florida.
Well, I was very lucky. We had a new chair. You see, I'm all dressed up for your show today, and usually I wear my flag shirt, but today I'm dressed up for President Trump and for you. And I was very lucky. I was in Europe. I was campaigning from Europe. People didn't understand how I was doing that, but I did it. I got 70% of the vote, thanks to our chair, Chris Marino, who's the fantastic chair. We're going to turn Broward County red. We're going to double the size of our executive committee. We have 285 people. I can guarantee you, I'm going to do it. We're going to get 500 people because I'm all action. Also want to thank Richard DiNapoli for helping me also in this thing. And when you run a campaign, you have to learn, because I've never ran a campaign before. So I did this in 4 weeks, and it was fantastic. So what we're going to do, we talk about precinct strategy. Dan Schultz wrote the book. I want people to go to www.precinctstrategy.com. We must get the people involved. We're talking about getting people involved, and we're talking about Trump getting elected. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to have a big election security talk on Monday, along with precinct strategy. We have a big Zoom, December 4th. It's a holiday Zoom. we're going to have the Republican actual party on it. Christine Norton, who's the election integrity czar there, she's going to have her assistant or her come on, John Saravalli. He's brand new, but he's going to talk about getting 60,000 more election poll workers. That's their goal, and we're going to help them. Now, what happened recently, about a month and a half ago, I did a interview with Moms for America. So I want to tell you what they're doing. They're getting their 129,000 people to talk about precinct strategy and getting it involved. You can see right there, they're going to send out a big media thing. I'm going to be on their Zoom coming out in a couple of weeks. Lots are going to happen. Also, our buddy Mike Lindell is helping us with his 300,000 people. So we need to get the people involved. You know this and I do this. Now, we're getting a lot of people to run. We started a PAC called DrainTheSwampUSA.com to help people and candidates get elected. So we're working very hard on this. If you have a candidate that wants to get elected, let us know. We'll put him in there. If you want to get a hold of me to get involved.
Steve, what is this? What is the? Give me the conference call. What are you having to get everybody focused on election integrity? Because I gave an interview last night with Don Jr. and said, hey, we got to get all this together, organize it, and get it hardwired into the campaign. It's got to report up to President Trump, or we're going to have a fiasco like 24. When is this conference call you're having that people can join? When is it? December 4th?
Coming Monday, the 4th. It's going to be 3:30 Eastern time. If you want to get on it, just email me at stern1054@gmail.com. Some of the people are going to be on it are John Loudon, Mary Kornick from New York, Linda Sinkowitz, Aubrey Campbell from Moms of America, and many, many other people. You know who they are. We're going to get Lindell on there, his people.
But that's next 3:30 Eastern time, Eastern Standard Time, 3:30 p.m. next Monday.
I will send them the link. Get a hold of me. There's lots happening. You'll learn a lot on it. We also have precinct strategy people talking about it.
What is your? How do people get to you? We got to bounce. How do people get to you?
Call me at 954-318-6902. Be glad to answer it and let you know. Go to theflagshirt.com. We'll answer you there. Go to stern1054@gmail.com. Action, action, action. We're going to do it.
Thanks, brother. The hardest working, what are you, 81 or 82? The hardest working 81-year-old I know?
We're working with Turning Point people involved.
Brother, love you, Stern. Keep fighting. That's a fighter right there. Now Vice Chairman Stern. Yoram Hazani joins us from Ole Miss. Yoram, did you give a talk last night or are you going to give a talk tonight?
Night.
Can people still attend? Is it open attendance? Is there some site we can send people to so they can see? Wait, let's before we go to break, tell us about the talk and where do people go?
Well, you can go to my Twitter feed at YHAZONY and I posted the advertisement for the talk tonight at Ole Miss. I'm glad that in Mississippi they want to hear the news from Israel.
No, God bless them. The MAGA's got your back. Question, and think about the answer because I want you to answer it. We're going to go to break here in a second. I got to tell you, I'm not feeling it. I don't like this pause. Understand the story about the hostages. Their treatment is horrible. It's horrible anytime people have hostages, particularly when they're women and young children. But I'm quite disturbed that Qatar is actually leading the negotiation, and that nest of vipers is really the headquarters of the Muslim Brotherhood, the financing for the Muslim Brotherhood. Hamas is sitting over there with $10 billion, living like English lords back in the 16th century. It's bad all over. I just don't know. And every day in the American media, it's, we have to have a pause that leads to a ceasefire, that leads to some sort of compromise. Are we going to get back to the actual business at hand, which is destroying the Muslim Brotherhood's franchisee? That would be Hamas in Gaza, the entire military infrastructure. Yoram Hazani, one of the leading public intellectuals about nationalism, is going to join us on the other side.
Spread the word all through Hong Kong. We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Cars will break down. And when they do, it's too late. If your car's out of warranty, it leaves you with two choices. Get stuck paying for expensive repairs, or one phone call to CarShield. Their administrators pay for your covered repairs so you don't have to. Your coverage includes roadside assistance, towing, rental, and so much more. Plus, with their nationwide network, you choose the mechanic or dealer. Best of all, there's coverage for every wallet size. Make the smart call before it's too late. Call CarShield today.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks are a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen One, the portable oxygen concentrator
America's
you can take almost anywhere.
Aren't just making
With this
plastic
little
products more
device, now I'm able to do the
durable,
things that I've always
and
loved.
dependable.
I just press the
Our
button
goal
here, and
is
there's my
making
oxygen.
sustainable
The
change
Inogen One is so
for
small and light,
generations
you're
to
free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen One for 30 days completely risk-free. Give us a call right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days completely risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen One system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-835-1488. 800-835-1488.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services. If your long-term disability claim was denied, listen closely. You may be able to recover money. Unum is one of the largest disability insurance carriers, and companies you know like Colonial Life, New York Life, and National Life Group are all part of the Unum family. Unum was fined millions for wrongly denying claims. You may be owed compensation. Let us help you get through the appeal process.
Call Sokolov Law, 800-992-4625. That's 800-992-4625. I'm an unattorney spokesperson.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Call the number on your screen today.
Violent attack.
Our teams are on the ground across Israel delivering life-saving aid. Your urgently needed gift of only $45 will help rush food, water, medicine, and emergency supplies for Jewish families that have nowhere to turn.
Time is literally running out. What we need you to do is to act now.
Please call 1-800-453-1661. Scan or go online now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, breaking. Jonathan Karl over at ABC, this tweet, and if we can get it up later, and I'll refer to it again, but Scoop, the Kochback Americans for Prosperity is endorsing Nikki Haley for president. They plan on spending tens of millions of dollars to try to defeat President Trump in the primaries. That would be tens of millions of dollars. I told you. It was all going to come around Nikki, and the battleground is going to be New Hampshire. Before you get to South Carolina, we'll have more on that later. You can get up to date on all this AmFest, 16th to the 19th in the greater Phoenix area. The War Room will be there broadcasting. Want to have as many posse members there as possible for meet and greets, breakouts, all of it. The speakers list itself, and I've been doing this for a while, is the single best speakers list I've ever seen for one of these conferences. So you're going to get fired up and be able to get with the program for 2024, because this is kind of the kickoff. Not just a year end of 23, it's really the kickoff for the entire 2024. Just an incredible list of speakers, including Tucker, Don Jr., everybody. And you don't want to miss it, AmFest. Make sure you go to the site right now. This program by Charlie Kirk and the Turning Point team. Charlie, as you know, follows us here at noon. The ticking time, just back to Mike Johnson for a minute, and we're huge fans of Speaker Johnson. However, here's the thing. We're not going to take a bunch of policy trade-offs, these ephemeral policy trade-offs, for not having massive cuts. You have to man up, and you have to man up now. We're not going to accept and not going to tolerate any kind of happy talk on this the 19th of January. And people got to stop talking about the entitlements. Until you can show you can get control of discretionary spending and start making massive cuts here, and seal the border, working men and women in this country are not going to trust the political class on their entitlements. It's not going to happen. Anybody that mentions that, when Nikki Haley and Chris Christie and these people start talking about that, you understand they're not serious politicians. They're not serious leaders. First off, you got to get the manufacturing jobs here that are able to generate the incomes that people can then start to pay in, because, look, everybody pays into this thing. They're not going to do it. It's ridiculous to think, and this is worse than abortion, because it has no basis in economics. Do your job and get control of this border, get control of these illegal aliens are here, get control of things like Ukraine. The $80 billion are up there right now. Let me repeat this. We passed, and nobody gets these numbers right except War Room. I hate to be so brutally frank about it. The math is not that complicated. We passed, as we said, $33 trillion on the 18th of September. We're at $33.8 trillion today, and we're going to be at $34 trillion face amount of the national debt on the evening of the 28th of December, if not before. So we added $1 trillion in 100 days. Did anybody tell you that was going to happen? Did Kevin McCarthy tell you that when he gave Biden this deal? Has anybody in all the, they're going to shut down the government. You heard Mika. They're going to shut down the government. They're going to shut down the government. They're going to shut down the government. Has anybody had the common courtesy or decency to talk to you about the math? These are republic-ending numbers. This is the difference between declinist and accelerationist. Declinist and accelerationist. Remember, we're populist nationalists. Our task and purpose is to return America, this nation, and her citizens to their former glory. And we have to do that by being the adults in the room. So, Yoram, brother, our ally in the Middle East, here's where I'm not feeling good. I'm not feeling good when the Biden regime is like 2 steps removed from this negotiation. It's being run. Please tell me, in what universe, what Cartesian universe, does Qatar take the lead? And am I wrong? Qatar is the nest of vipers that wouldn't sign when we went to the Middle East, slow walked us and had every excuse in the world about signing the terrorist financing proposal we put forward. When President Trump went to Riyadh, Jerusalem, and Rome, in that symbolic tour, it was really to cut terrorist financing. Qatar is the central bank. It's the J.P. Morgan of terrorist financing. Why are they? Help me out here. Why are they involved at all, much less leading the negotiations for their subsidiary, the Muslim Brotherhood, sir?
Well, the Biden administration, continuing Obama administration's theory is that all the players in the Middle East need to be at the table. And that from their perspective, let's print more money. So everybody gets money in the Middle East. Every player, the Iranians get money. The Qataris just got most favored nation status, which means they get money. And look, the whole thing makes no sense at all. If Biden really wanted the hostages released, then the first place he would go is to the Qataris and tell them, that big, beautiful air base that we have there, it's gone. Most favored nation treaty status, it's gone. If all the hostages aren't released in 72 hours, then Qataris are off the gravy train. But we don't hear anything like that. The Biden administration wants everybody at the table. And at the rate we're going, that, as you say, Qataris are basically they're the diplomatic arm of Hamas. They're the bankers of the Muslim Brotherhood. And to have America bringing them to the table and mucking up this war and making it basically by 1,000 cuts, making it impossible for Israel to win, it's hard to watch. It is.
Is the Muslim Brotherhood's principal target is not Israel? It's the United States of America. Am I incorrect on that?
Yeah, well, sure. I mean, they want the world, and at the moment, the Chinese are backing them. The Iranians are sort of backing them. And look, from the perspective of China, having the West flooded with radical Islam, with Muslim supremacists, who, in the future they'll take over those countries. But if you look at what's happening on the campuses in a lot of the cities, I think the issue is more that the revolutionary Islamists are part of the coalition. They're part of the Democratic coalition. They're part of the coalition on campuses. And what that means is that you don't have to have a university run by the Muslim Brotherhood. The number of professors who are activists in these kinds of radical Islamic causes can be very small. But because they are sort of the shock troops, they take the lead in the woke coalition, and they make the most extreme demands, and they scare the professors, they scare the students, they intimidate people, and they're at this point the number one agent turning the campuses into a place where conservatives, Christians, Jews just can't open their mouths anymore.
This is, but it's even broader than the campuses now. I mean, New York City, they shut down Manhattan Bridge yesterday, and their quote was, I put it up on my Getter, is that America cannot assume it can live day to day a normal life while there is genocide in Palestine. And they say they're going to have disruption every day. They're at Columbus Circle. And remember, they're saying when they're talking about oppressors and occupiers and colonialists, they're not talking just about Israel. They're talking about the United States of America and the Anglo-Protestants that came here and led the wave that eventually turned this vast wilderness into the greatest nation on earth. So how do we combat this?
I think we're going to need a change of software. The problem is, if you're a liberal, and I'm not just talking about Democrats, I'm talking about a lot of Republicans also. If you're a liberal, you have it hardwired in you that that everybody's equal to everybody else, and that means every group is equal to every other group. And the idea that 300,000 students from Muslim countries on American campuses, that's the same as if you were going to bring 300,000 Christians from South America. Like, that equality simply has to go. I mean, it just has to end. And I think people found it absolutely impossible when Trump started saying we have an actual problem of immigration and controls with respect to countries where radical Islam is coming out of. And the sky had to fall. Everybody went nuts. How can you possibly discriminate against
with the most powerful
Muslim
silver
countries?
hardware you can. But now you can achieve
those are in fact the countries
faster
where
processing
the
use
greatest terrorist threat
less
is.
energy.
And
SDM,
those are the countries from which the radicalization of the American left is proceeding. There's an international left, both in Europe and in America and other democracies. And that international left loves the idea of bringing as many radical Muslims as possible into Western countries, because they know that it's not a simple question of there's only 4 million Muslims, so what can they possibly do? But just look at Britain. Look at the way the police are afraid to take any kind of action against the most extreme and violent and radical protests, and the police just stand there cowering. And look, that's the future of the United States too. If you don't take the step of saying no, not all immigrant populations are the same. No, not all groups of students visiting from foreign countries are the same. That step has to be taken.
In Israel, are we going to get back to the process of eliminating and eradicating the Muslim Brotherhood's franchise in Gaza, Hamas, its military operation? Is that going to restart, or are we just going to get dribs and drabs, and this thing's going to go 2 days and 4 days and 6 days, and eventually Qatar is going to win out here, sir?
I think that it's unlikely. It seems like you're describing what the Biden administration wants. But look, I'll tell you, just minutes ago, Benny Gantz, who is the left of center general who is in Netanyahu's unity government, just minutes ago made a statement emphasizing the moment the ceasefire is over, we're going back to war. And he emphasizes everyone in the war cabinet is unified. There are no differences of opinion on this subject. An hour ago, we had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, I guess, the head of the Israeli Armed Forces, General Halevi, who said something similar. He said, we are at this moment ready to resume war. We've used the time well to prepare, and we're ready to go now. And these statements, these are not saber-rattling statements. They reflect the wall-to-wall nature of Israeli public opinion at the moment. Maybe in America, people think, so some of the hostages are getting out, and that means peace is coming. I think Israelis see these images in exactly the opposite way. What the Israeli media is reporting about the release of hostages is the abuse of the hostages who are being held, the horror stories. Just this morning, horror stories in Israeli media of a 12-year-old hostage who was shown film footage of the murder of his own family repeatedly and told he would be killed if he didn't stop crying. These kinds of stories, and there are endless such stories in the Israeli media on all sides, through all channels. And these stories, they make Israelis furious. And that's not just the right. It's the right, it's the left, it's the Jews, it's the Druze and non-Jewish citizens. Yep. Americans don't understand. Israel is a brick wall on this subject.
You're hang on for 1 second. I want to hold you through the break and continue this discussion and talk about your talk tonight at the University of Mississippi. Yoram Hazani joins us on the other side.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Cars will break down, and when they do, it's too late. If your car is out of warranty, it leaves you with two choices: get stuck paying for expensive repairs, or one phone call to CarShield. Their administrators pay for your covered repairs so you don't have to. Your coverage includes roadside assistance, towing, rental, and so much more. Plus, with their nationwide network, you choose the mechanic or dealer. Best of all, there's coverage for every wallet size. Make the smart call before it's too late. Call CarShield today.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks are a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen One, the portable oxygen concentrator you can take almost anywhere.
With this little device, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
The Inogen One is so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen One for 30 days completely risk-free. Give us a call right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days completely risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen One system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-835-1488. 800-835-1488.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services. If your long-term disability claim was denied, listen closely. You may be able to recover money. Unum is one of the largest disability insurance carriers, and companies you know like Colonial Life, New York Life, and National Life Group are all part of the Unum family. Unum was fined millions for wrongly denying claims. You may be owed compensation. Let us help you get through the appeal process.
Call Sokolov Law, 800-992-4625. That's 800-992-4625. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Call the number on your screen today. It's a free call.
Are you drowning in debt? Me here in the call center with you. We always enjoy talking to the viewers and getting folks the compensation that they deserve. You know, we're seeing calls about all kinds of accidents, but the most common by far has been car accidents. So if you or someone you know were injured in an accident that was not your fault, give us a call right now. You'll speak with a live person. They'll answer any questions you have and tell you if you have a case and how much your case is potentially worth.
Thanks, Tom. All right, folks at home, you heard it. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, we'll break it out for the afternoon show. We got too much to go through for the morning, but the lead story in Zero Hedge today was a clip of my interview on Tucker Carlson's show yesterday, where we talked about Ireland. And being Irish, as you know, we have very de minimis coverage of Ireland. And one of the reasons is it's one of the most disappointing nations on earth because of the political class, which has sold out the people consistently. They're Brussels. They kowtow to Brussels. And I said, hey, you look at the situation in Ireland where they've taken in 125,000, I think, immigrants in the last year, the equivalent of the 9 million illegal alien invaders we have in this country. And I said, this is coming to the United States. It's coming to the United States when we start having the massive budget cuts that we're going to have in discretionary spending that I just talked about, and coupled with the deportation of the 9 million, at least 9 million to 10 million illegal alien invaders coming into the Biden regime. Just moments ago, Mayorkas answered the question. We're going to play it later in the show, where they asked about this effort of thinking about deportation. Mayorkas lays out an entire plan, in his words, of amnesty. An entire plan of amnesty. That's their plan. And so this is what I think Yoram's mentioning. This is going to happen. This is what I said yesterday. This is going to happen in the United States at scale. What you're seeing in Europe, in England, when we covered the Remembrance Day, essential riots where they try to shut down Remembrance Day, and of course it was the hooligans that got arrested by British police, and what happened in Ireland. It's all coming here, folks. It's all coming here. So don't think when we're discussing the situation in Israel that this is just about Israel. This talks about larger issues. The greatest enemies this nation has, the Chinese Communist Party, kind of the ringleader, the mullahs in Persia and Tehran, Qatar, and the rest of that gang down there that's all Muslim Brotherhood as soon as you turn away. Okay? Coupled with Erdogan and the Turks. Remember that movie they made a couple years ago, The Brink? They followed me around Europe in 18 and 19. And what was I talking about? Exactly what is happening today. And this is why Gert Wilders and these other people, or Salvini, were all in the movie. And, of course, they said at the time, oh, Steve Bannon's, he's so radical. The filmmaker gave an interview and said, he's so radical and he's so off. Turkey's part of NATO. You know, Turkey wants to get in the EU. Yo, what Turkey wants, what Erdogan wants, is a reestablishment of the Ottoman Empire. And they want to take the two holy sites from the Arabs, from the Saudis, and manage them themselves like they did for 500 years. This is much bigger than just Israel, and people have to wake up to that. They're waking up now. You've got the Swedish Democrats coming out overnight in Sweden. They got a plan. I'm not saying I support that plan 100%, but they got a plan. Gert Wilders got a plan. You know, Nigel Farage has got a plan. These plans, you know, they all kind of have a certain logic to it. And what you're seeing in Gaza is what happens when you look the other way, and you continue to look the other way, and you look the other way, and you wish the wolf passes the door. And guess what? The wolf never passes. The wolf always comes back. And eventually you have to deal with it. And it's always harder if you wait. If you want this on your children, and you want this on your grandchildren, and you don't want to be the generation that steps into the breach and says, okay, we understand, we have to do it, we're called upon to do it. Just like in the Revolution, just like in the Civil War, just like in World War II, we're called upon to do it. If you want to look the other way and kick the can down the road, that's quite easy to do. And you will be cursed by generations to come. Yoram Hazani, your speech tonight at Ole Miss, how do people, I want to make sure people can get to this and see it. It's so refreshing that a university has the courage to have you come and address it.
Well, I posted the advertisement for my talk at Ole Miss. The talk is conservatism in a time of war. You go to my Twitter feed, Yhazony, Yhazony. The ad is right there, and definitely looking forward to it. They've got me talking to a philosophy class. Really a warm welcome from Ole Miss.
Yeah, throw some of that nationalism down there. Get them all jacked up. Last thing, we only got a minute or two. Channel 14. One of my concerns is that that you have that some of the media coverage in Israel is almost as bad as CNN, or not as bad as MSNBC, which is a front for the Muslim Brotherhood, but that CNN, which is so treacly nonstop. Tell me about Channel 14. There's a startup or a channel that was kind of unknown that's become the leading number one channel now in Israel. Why is that?
Yeah, Channel 14. It's been around for a number of years, but it's just in the last couple of years that it's begun hitting ratings, making it the most popular of the Israeli television channels, and it's a serious rightist channel. I mean, it does the spectrum of different kinds of right of center opinion, but it's strongly religious, strongly nationalist, and the pressure from Channel 14 definitely has moved the entire media spectrum in Israel. I mean, overall, I think the Israeli media is actually doing a pretty good job, with certain exceptions, like. Haaretz is our anti-nationalist, pro-communist newspaper, but overwhelmingly, Channel 14 is leading a big change. I mean, we hear on a daily basis broadcasters, anchormen, anchorwomen saying things like, people got to understand Israel's never going to be the same again. We're a different Israel. We're a different people from what we were before October 7th.
What's your Twitter feed? How do people follow you on Twitter?
Yhazony, Yhazony. And you can go to my website, yormhazony.org, and take a look at some of my books. I think they might help you with understanding the times.
Fantastic. I love them. Your Virtues of Nationalism is a magnum opus, must be read. Sir, thank you so much. Good luck today down with the students and faculty at University of Mississippi.
Thank you, Steve. God bless.
Thanks. Hat tip to Ole Miss. Won't see that up at Harvard. Won't see that at Georgetown. Won't see that at the University of Pennsylvania. Nope, won't see that. By the way, birchgold.com/Bannon. Make sure you're in the conversation when we start. Hey, we got to work with the speaker to make sure we get his mind right. Got to get some minds right here on what the crisis is. Go to birchgold.com/Bannon. Get the End of the Dollar Empire, the free installment number 3, the debt trap. Get up to speed. Also ask why the BRICS are buying gold and we're doing a digital currency. Back in a moment.
Cars will break down, and when they do, it's too late. If your car is out of warranty, it leaves you with 2 choices. Get stuck paying for expensive repairs, or one phone call to CarShield. Their administrators pay for your covered repairs so you don't have to. Your coverage includes roadside assistance, towing, rental, and so much more. Plus, with their nationwide network, you choose the mechanic or dealer. Best of all, there's coverage for every wallet size. Make the smart call before it's too late. Call CarShield today.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks are a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen One, the portable oxygen concentrator you can take almost anywhere.
With this little device, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
The Inogen One is so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen One for 30 days completely risk-free. Give us a call right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days completely risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen One system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-835-1488. 800-835-1488.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services. If your long-term disability claim was denied, listen closely. You may be able to recover money. Unum is one of the largest disability insurance carriers, and companies you know like Colonial Life, New York Life, and National Life Group are all part of the Unum family. Unum was fined millions for wrongly denying claims. You may be owed compensation. Let us help you get through the appeal process.
Call Sokolov Law, 800-992-4625. That's 800-992-4625. I'm a non-attorney spoke.
This is for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish, in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Tuesday, 28 November, year of our Lord 2023. A lot going on. We're going to get to all of it. We're going to have Dr. Malone was going to tee up. I got Alex Jones, and we both got the same concern of this: what's happening in China right now, what's happening in Great Britain. If you look at the Drudge Report, they're clearly trying to have a narrative shift here. It looks like for a new pandemic. But Dr. we can't get the connection with Dr. Malone. We're going to figure it all out. Alex is going to join us in a moment, and I know he's got some very well-developed thoughts about this entire situation with the illegal alien invasion, and also what comes next and what it means throughout the world and what other people are doing. So we're going to get to all that. We are going to play the Mayorkas clip, which is going to make your head blow up, as it should. I want to get in Mike Lindell. Mike, how are we keeping the factory floors full at MyPillow and the operators, not allowing the IRS to take these hardworking Americans and put them out of work? Since you have people are doing it from their homes, but they're doing it here in the United States of America, and not in some foreign country. Of course, the IRS hates that. Tell us how we're doing.
Well, first, Steve, I want to say happy birthday to you, and how much we are so appreciated by our country to have you leading our voice in trying to save our country. So God bless you, and thank you. My employees also thank you that the War Room Posse now has become our biggest supporter in getting it through our attacks that we face every day. Like you just mentioned, the IRS and getting canceled. And so we're giving back. We're extending our cyber sale. Everyone's responded to the MyPillow 2.0, everybody. You have 50% off and free shipping on your entire order. This is a huge, huge sale. Everything you can buy, the beds, the toppers, everything. And if you call 800-873-1062, my operators are here in the U.S. They love talking to all of you at the War Room. And use that promo code War Room. Get 50% off the best Christmas gifts in history. Your whole order ships for free with promo code War Room. You have the Dream Sheets on sale. You have the Percale Sheets on sale. You have the bathrobes on sale. The bath towels for as low as $29.98. All of this, over 240 products just on the War Room Squares alone. And we've got, but take advantage of that free shipping. Forget yourself a new mattress topper or a new MyPillow bed. They come just like that, shipped right to your front door. And I'm going to do one more thing for the War Room Posse. We're going to extend, because you're going to get all these for your Christmas gifts, extend our 60-day money-back guarantee to March 1st of 2024, so you can rest assured you give them for Christmas gifts. They get the same guarantee that you're all getting there. And so once again, Steve, we're so grateful for the War Room Posse and for you, and happy birthday and leading this charge to save our country.
Well, I got the easiest job in the world. I just cut the mic on, and I get guys like Alex Jones, you, Yoram, Dr. Malone. It's the easiest job around. So it's not. Thank you for the kind words, though. One more time, 800-873-1062. I want to keep the telephone operators fully employed also. Remember, they're coming in New York City to shut down and strip President Trump of everything he and his family have built up over multiple generations. 3 generations, trying to strip it of him in a Moscow show trial. They're doing the same thing to Mike Lindell. They're doing it a little differently. Not that they may not get to court and try to strip him one day, but hey, they're coming at him a different way. And this is not about Mike Lindell. This is about our movement, and it's about those workers, about the folks on that factory floor making the MyPillow 2.0 and those operators. We can't let them win because they start taking down these companies. That cuts out the alternative economy that we're trying to build here. Mike, thank you so much. I'll see you this afternoon, brother. Thank you.
I want to mention, too,
Sure.
Promo code Worm. I want to mention, too, that I was followed by a left-wing reporter for 2 days. Her article just came out today, and things are changing out there. I read it. I might reshare this article everywhere. You're mentioned many times in the article, Steve, and so is the War Room Posse in the War Room. So things are changing out there.
What's the left wing site?
It's a Minnesota publication called The Reformer, and if you check that out, I let her shadow me for 2 days and find out what MyPillow was all about and what my employees and myself are all about. And it's a really well-written article. I was very surprised, and I think they came there for 2 days. They were on the factory floor, and I think they just got torn. She got torn and had to actually write the truth out there, what we're all about at MyPillow. This is an employee-owned company, and I want to just thank you all again using that promo code War Room. Yeah, and by the way, the factory floor is completely full, making the MyPillow 2.0 right now, and all the shipping's full with the free shipping. So thanks again, Steve, and thank you everybody at the War Room.
By the way, get the Reformer to us. We're going to push it out. Reform that, baby. You get to see it. You get to see it live. You understand it's the future of America. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. Get this the article. Steve. Let me play. I got the Alex Jones. Let me play this clip. I want to have Alex opine to it.
It also doesn't address the other sort of elephant in the room, which is dealing with the undocumented immigrants who are already here in the nation. And I know it's been a political football as they're trying to figure out the best way to address that. But I'm going to ask you, what is the best way to address that from your perspective?
The answer is quite clear and quite straightforward, and we've been waiting for it for about 30 years. And that is to fix a system that everyone agrees is fundamentally broken, and we need congressional action, both for the lawful pathways that really need to be more robust in statute, and for the 12 million people who are here in the United States who have been contributing so fundamentally to our country's well-being. They're our neighbors, our friends, our fellow congregants. They provide our frontline workers. We need to do something, and I am hopeful and remain hopeful that Congress will do it. The president, on his first day in office, presented Congress with a proposal.
Okay, that doesn't even include, I think, the 12 million or the 9 million that are here by my calculation. But Alex Jones, you've seen what's happening in Ireland. You see what's happening in Sweden right now. The Dutch, who are the most progressive liberal country there, just put in Geert Wilders. You see what's happening in South America. Put it in perspective. You just heard Mayorkas. Put it in perspective for us, brother.
Well, you're absolutely right. I wanted to first talk about your incredible appearance with Tucker Carlson yesterday that was 100% dead on, the most important interview I've seen in probably a month. And for all the bad news and all the tyranny we're facing, as you've said many times, that's the last gasp of a dying, corrupt, globalist system. So whether you're in New Zealand or whether you're in Argentina or whether you're in the Netherlands or whether you're in Sweden or whether you're in Italy, no matter where you go, over 80% of the parliamentary elections, and it usually takes several rounds to get full control, are going to populist, anti-globalist. And then we look in places like Hungary, where now it's a supermajority of anti-globalist, free market, pro-Christian, pro-Europe, pro-Western values, pro-Renaissance. And so this is an explosive political realignment. We know the UN is using replacement migration to shut down the third world with IMF, World Bank controls and the 3 years plus of lockdowns, flood us with tens of millions per region a year of illegal aliens that are then brainwashed and become a new political underclass. But they still haven't gotten the numbers they need to put us into checkmate. They're a few years away, but all over the world, the people finally are understanding this and are finally understanding that your breakdown of the world events, my breakdown, Stephen Miller's breakdown, and many others' breakdown is dead on. And so the awakening is really, really here, and it's very, very exciting. And then we look, as you said with Carlson yesterday, that Ireland is the most globalist controlled country right now, other than, say, Canada. And just a few years ago, it was Jacinda Ardern's in New Zealand. Well, they've now elected a government that has rejected her and that is conservative and that is pulling away from the globalists. So very, very exciting. And so now the Irish government, I have the clips right here, is calling for Conor McGregor's arrest for saying Ireland's under attack, the former UFC lightweight champion. They have members of their government, I have the videos right here, saying we're going to arrest anybody for speech that we don't like. So this is a very, very powerful moment to be alive. And we have to understand that we're really pushing it over the top right now. And that's why they're so desperate to silence us. But that desperateness to silence us has finally taken us over the top. And so that's the point we're at in history right now, that they're openly saying, arrest Conor McGregor. They're now saying, oh, illegal aliens or migrants didn't stab anybody, when it's record stabbing. They're the majority of muggings, rape, and murder in every European country. The numbers don't lie. They're the fastest growing crime statistic here in the United States. They're importing many criminals and military-age men that are fleeing justice in their own countries and bringing them here so the Soros-controlled DAs can allow them to run rampant. But we also see major moves to remove Soros DAs all over the country. It's happening. So America, when we were asleep, was easy to beat. But when America and Ireland and the world awakens, we are unstoppable. And so I just wanted to point out that you're absolutely right. Ireland is one of the next big dominoes to fall back into the people's hands.
Amazing. Let me take it here to the United States for a second. Then I want to go back on the global scene. You got right now, and I want to know how this sits with you. You have, we're about to add $1 trillion in new debt from September 18th to the 20th of December. Another $1 trillion face amount of national debt. We'll go to $34 trillion. You had this conversation up there, and it's like it's not even serious about what cuts going to have. At the same time, the Senate is spending all their time, Alex, pushing this $60 to $80 billion new supplemental for Ukraine, which is going to have to be followed and followed and followed. So we'll have $500 billion there in a couple of years. And what they're doing is holding hostage. They're trying to put some gimmicks on with the Gang of Eight, which the amnesty crowd, trying to put some gimmicks on border security. And even Speaker Johnson is like talking this up. Are they holding the sovereignty of the United States hostage to fund the money laundering operation in Ukraine, the child trafficking operation in Ukraine, the bioweapons situation in Ukraine? Is that what we've come to now, that the Senate, really led by McConnell and these guys, not even Schumer, it's McConnell and this clique of Republicans, are holding the nation's sovereignty hostage over this?
Well, you just hit the nail directly on the head. I am not anti-Israel. I'm actually pro-Israel, but I remember back on October 7th and subsequently, you and I both pointed out that there's no way that Israeli intelligence didn't know that that was coming. So it's the same thing here. There's no way NATO didn't know that Russia would win the war in Ukraine. Why did they still push it and carry out policies like trying to make Ukraine join NATO that they knew would trigger Putin on his red line, knowing Putin will follow through on his, quote, threats? It's the same thing. Whoever ordered the stand down in Israel, they're trying to blame it on Netanyahu, and I tend to think he's not involved, is now trying to say that it's Netanyahu's fault. And Haaretz reported an overhead shot of this just a few days ago, that Israeli military intelligence knew Hamas was planning to attack a year ago, but somehow the intelligence agencies did nothing, and there was a stand down for 7 hours. Again, why is that happening? Because at a higher level, the globalists need all these conflicts to bring in the new central bank digital currencies, to be the smokescreen for all the economic turmoil and things that they've already caused with the COVID scam and the pandemic and all the rest of it. And so they're using Ukraine and Israel as pawns on the board to help bring in this crisis. And they're using the open borders here as a way to try to bring in that permanent underclass that can vote for them, that they're going to be able to control. And so that's why so much of the Republican leadership that's also on the globalist payroll via big tech and other areas is actually tacitly going along with this while giving lip service that they're against it. So this is a war to take down the West, and that's how they're doing it.
Alex, hang on for 1 second. Short commercial break. Alex Jones on the other side.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Hi, I'm Gina Bellich here with TV anchor and spokesman Mitch Jelniker. Tell everyone watching at home what it means for you to be here today and who should be calling in right now.
Gina, you're right. I'm very excited to be here with you today. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault. Call the number on your screen right now. They'll let you know if you have a case and how much your case is potentially worth.
Cars will break down. And when they do, it's too late. If your car is out of warranty, it leaves you with two choices. Get stuck paying for expensive repairs, or one phone call to CarShield. Their administrators pay for your covered repairs so you don't have to. Your coverage includes roadside assistance, towing, rental, and so much more. Plus, with their nationwide network, you choose the mechanic or dealer. Best of all, there's coverage for every wallet size. Make the smart call before it's too late. Call CarShield today.
Are you over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days? I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. Call now for this free book on maximizing your income in retirement. Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers from leading financial firm J.D. Mellberg. That's right, free. This book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now, because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known truths we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity, and it's free.
800-563-6716. 800-563-6716.
As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report. We researched numerous products and summarized rates and benefits of annuities, all from Silac Insurance Company.
Call 800-563-6716. That's 800-563-6716. Call now.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
This is a paid advertisement for legal.
Even run your fridge. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers. As a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Alex just said it about the central bank digital currency. That's why I need you to go to birchgold.com/Bannon. Make sure that you can get to all the free installments we've had on the end of the dollar empire, now in our second year. A little ahead of the curve there. But also talk to Philip Patrick and the team. And the question I want you to ask them is why are the BRICS nations that control most of the resources on the planet Earth, why are their central banks buying gold at record rates in 22 and 23, led by the Chinese Communist Party, which we now know is 25% of those purchases? While the Federal Reserve, beside printing fiat currency every day to cover up this massive budget deficit we have at $2 trillion a year, and now adding $1 trillion to the national debt every 100 days, and that's not going to stop until somebody can show me the math of how it stops, because we added $61 billion last night. Why are we focused on the printing of fiat currency and, to top it off, a central bank digital currency, which already a number of states have outlawed? Ask them that question. Then get a big pot of Warpath coffee. Go to warpath.coffee. Get a big pot of the dark roast. I love it. Mariner's Blend, my favorite, the one we've worked on for a year and a half. Or any of the blends. Get a hot mug of coffee. Talk to Philip Patrick and the team over at Birch Gold. Sit there and just think. Cut off the TV. Cut off the phones. Just sit there and think to yourself, what is going on here? Remember, it is important for you to see what you see. That is the most important thing. Make your own decisions. You're self-reliant. You're the inheritors of the greatest nation on earth that was bequeathed to us. A nation built on self-reliance and community, collective action, liberty, all of it. Think about how it rolls into your personal life. Alex Jones, very powerful. Just continue on, sir. I know we're going to pivot here in a minute to the new pandemic, but right now when you hear Mayorkas and these guys, they've already got it planned through. They're downrange on this thing because they've thought this thing through to its conclusion, which we have not. Let's be honest. That's why the MAGA movement has come together over the last couple of years out of the Tea Party movement and other populist movements out there, but really added a nationalist component to it. We're not conservatives. We're populist nationalists. The conservatives, quite frankly, spit the bit. One of the reasons we have this problem so far, phony conservatives, the Republican establishment just went along for it. The Republican establishment, led by Mitch McConnell right now and Mitt Romney, are up there in the Senate holding hostage the sovereignty of your nation. To say, yeah, we'll put some gimmicks on here because we know this can shut up Bannon and Alex Jones and the War Room Posse and Tucker Carlson and Don Jr. and everybody. We'll shut them up because we'll add a couple of trinkets here to the bells and whistles to the asylum program, and that'll shut them up, and we'll get another $80 billion for the money laundering operation in Ukraine. It'll just go on and on and on. While Mayorkas and these guys are walking you through how you're going to have amnesty for, he said, 12 million. Alex Jones.
Well, that's right, Steve. The million-foot view is big mega corporations, the central banks, want a world government, want their cashless society, want their central bank digital currencies, their ESGs, their social credit scores, the carbon taxes. It's all the same plan. It's all official. And they've got their operatives in every country. But we have an international, populist, Christian, pro-human, pro-capitalist movement that is taking control of the regions and the states and the national governments, exponentially gaining steam as the world awakens to what we face. And so we have a criminal group, as you pointed out, MSNBC is basically the Hamas Hezbollah channel, and you've got the universities and Hollywood now, pro-Islamic takeover, just like you have those very same organizations that are supporting all the other foreign groups coming in because they want a balkanized, fractured country. But more and more people, not just here in the U.S., but all over the world, understand we're facing a unified plan. And once people understand the unified plan, once people understand the globalist agenda, it's game over. That's why they fought to silence the War Room and your show and my show at Infowars.com. That's why Owen Schroyer, our reporter, is still in solitary confinement for January 6th for doing nothing. That's why they've got show trials worthy of Mao Zedong going on in New York and other areas around the country, because they're so desperate, and they're going to lose if we can use the political system nonviolently to take our countries back. We're on track in the next year or so to have a majority in most areas of the world and reverse this. So their only path is the Venezuelan model, to set up a pure totalitarian state, to harass and arrest and shut down their political opposition, and then stage phony elections here on out. And if they're able to steal 2024, like they stole 2020 and partially stole 2022, the evidence has now come out in federal court. They're now admitting it everywhere. They're arresting people all over, all Democrats, for engaging in it. They are going to try to bring in a one-party state in the next 11 months. And we're still going to fight on and still resist via the states and good attorney generals and lawsuits and more if they're able to steal the national election again. But we will be at a deficit. But if we're able, with a huge landslide that all the experts agree will overpower the dead people voting and the Facebook data where they spent hundreds of millions getting all the names of people that had moved out of the state, then put them on rolls so they could fill out the mail-in ballots. If they're able to do that again, they're going to try to go to full tyranny here in the United States. They've got talking heads all over mainstream corporate media saying that they want to outlaw the MAGA movement, that Homeland Security's main mission should be hardcore patriot conservatives because we're the loyal Americans that stand in their way. So they've already lost in the mainline, nonviolent, constitutional republic system. We have won. They know it. But we have to be honest, they're not going to give up. They're going to go for everything. They're going to throw a major Hail Mary. They're going to shoot the moon. They're bum rushing it. This is it right now, the most important election in modern history in the world. This is governing the future trajectory, not just of America, but of all of humanity on Spaceship Earth right now, Steve.
Absolutely brilliant. I want to pivot to, by the way, along that line, at 6 o'clock tonight, we're going to do a special on the Taiwan election that kicks off this incredible year of 2024 in January. Tonight, we're going to have a team of specialists, people from Taiwan, Chinese expatriates that have come here to the United States, also Dr. Thayer, others, to walk through the what's happened, the major developments in Taiwan, to talk about this, what Alex was just talking about, this new revolt of free people to stand up to this tyranny. Alex, you wrote The Great Reset. You were ahead of that. You wrote The Great Reset. Then you followed with The Great Awakening. Brother, correct me if I'm wrong. When I go to Drudge this morning or when I skim world media, is this coming again from China? All of a sudden, we've got another flu that's coming. Also in England, you got dead pigs or something. Are we seeing? Is part of their blowback on us to go through exactly again the pandemic of 2020, brother?
If you remember in August, my TSA source said in the next few months they're going to try to bring back masks, going to try to bring out the booster. And they have tried that, but people have rejected it. But now, whether you're in Europe or Australia, the UN has recommended COVID-19 style restrictions be brought back in China. And they say other nations they're set to announce. They've turned on the full fear of human swine flu in England and super pneumonia in Europe and super pneumonia in China. And we all need to put the mask back on right now, and we need mail-in ballots again. And so they're getting, this is their panic button, and I would expect if they're successful selling this fear, which they may not be if we get ahead of it, that Biden will be recommending in the next few months, or his HHS and CDC will be recommending mail-in ballots so they can try to stuff the ballot box in a rerun of 2020. So that's what they're currently doing. China pneumonia cases surge in Europe as fears rise over outbreak in China. UK detects its first case of human swine flu. Child pneumonia cases surge in Europe as fears rise over outbreak in China. And so China's brought back the hazmat teams and the workers' spring, the crowds, all the theater, all the hysteria that we saw kick this off almost 4 years ago. They're trying to do an exact rerun, but instead of saying it's COVID, no, it's pneumonia. Oh, and a kitten might have had rabies. So 90-plus kids had to be given rabies shots, and then the cat didn't have rabies. So they're just fear-mongering hypochondria everywhere, and they're going to use the normal flu and pneumonia deaths that sadly happen every year in the winter months because we get less sun, less vitamin D, as the pretext to have all the kabuki theater out there at the hospitals and showing lines and just we've got to do this. We've got to do something right now. Take your boosters, take your flu shot, and we need mail-in ballots. So, yes, they're running the same play that they did in 2020.
Alex, how do we get the book? How do we get to InfoWars? Because they're trying to shut you down every day. How do we get to your social media, all of it? Where do people go?
Absolutely. Infowars.com. They can also go to InfoWarsStore.com and get The Great Awakening signed or unsigned. Your listeners, the posse, as Mike Lindell said, is incredible. I get no response anywhere except my own show, and I think yours is as big. So congratulations. I get the buzz everywhere. I was at a gas station in South Texas driving back from court in Houston yesterday, and had two people at a gas station, then at a restaurant, bring up the war room. I got several phone calls from friends and family, and they were saying, hey, we love Steve Bannon, we love you. So, Steve, congratulations to you and the crew, and congratulations to the giant audience of activists you've got. And I want to thank the War Room Posse for helping keep me on the air, plus getting a powerful book that is about the Great Awakening happening worldwide, the plan to defeat the globalist and launch the next great renaissance. It's twice as long as the last book. It goes together with the Great Reset and the War for the World. So I hope folks get the book at Infowars.com or InfoWarsStore.com.
Alex, you keep fighting, brother. People got your back. Just remember that. Your voice is one of the most, if not the most important voice out there, because you've been ahead of it for, I don't know, 20, 25 years. Alex Jones, thank you very much for taking time away today. Join us in the War Room. We're going to return in a moment. A new, brilliant, bold voice from Great Britain next in the War Room.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Hi, I'm Gina Belich here with TV anchor and spokesman Mitch Jelniker. Tell everyone watching at home what it means for you to be here today and who should be calling in right now.
Gina, you're right. I'm very excited to be here with you today. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault. Call the number on your screen right now. They'll let you know if you have a case and how much your case is potentially worth.
Cars will break down. And when they do, it's too late. If your car is out of warranty, it leaves you with two choices. Get stuck paying for expensive repairs, or one phone call to CarShield. Their administrators pay for your covered repairs so you don't have to. Your coverage includes roadside assistance, towing, rental, and so much more. Plus, with their nationwide network, you choose the mechanic or dealer. Best of all, there's coverage for every wallet size. Make the smart call before it's too late. Call CarShield today.
Are you over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days? I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. Call now for this free book on maximizing your income in retirement. Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers from leading financial firm J.D. Mellberg. That's right, free. This book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now, because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known truths we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity, and it's free.
800-563-6716. 800-563-6716.
As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report. We researched numerous products and summarized rates and benefits of annuities, all from Silac Insurance Company.
Call 800-563-6716. That's 800-563-6716. Call now.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online.
Do you take vitamins? A study found little evidence they help, but people who eat 5 servings of fruit and vegetables a day are healthier. That's why I take Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable supports my heart, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism for energy and weight loss. And at your next checkup, Field of Greens promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back.
Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Money back terms and conditions apply.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back. If Denver and the production team, I wanted, if we can just get the homepage up of Drudge for a second, I want to walk through. I think that, yeah. Let's look at, scroll down a little bit, the left hand. So they got the alert. What Alex was talking about, the left hand, if you know Drudge, and by the way, this is information warfare now because Drudge is flipped from the mainstream media. That's what he links to. You've got in the upper left-hand side, scroll down for a second. You're way too far down. Let's get it up. No, the other direction. To the headlines. There we go, Denver. There we go. It's not the latest. That's not the one I've got. Anyway, let me retry. Dump that and we'll come back to it. What they had, go ahead and dump it. What they had was in the upper left-hand column was 5 articles Alex just talked about Great Britain, the pneumonia alert, what's happening in China. So they got the whole new pandemic out there. Then they've got we got the mass social just changed. Then they had Trump with all his troubles. And then right below that was Nikki Haley. As I told you, the donors are coming around Nikki Haley. DeSantis is done. Karl Rove on Murdoch News Network the other day warned him that if you don't win Iowa, you're finished. You're out. The entire plan here of the donors, and the Kochs being the worst, right? These open border libertarians. And if you're libertarian, hey, look, the Kochs are radical libertarians. They are now put in tens of millions of dollars back in Nikki Haley. They just endorsed her. They're going all in. It is to consolidate the entire never Trump vote of registered Republicans, which was about 10 or 15%, to consolidate that vote around Nikki Haley and to get rid of Christie and to get rid of DeSantis for New Hampshire, have her finish a second, and then set the stage for, although Trump will blow her out in South Carolina, continue her on to force her way on the ticket as the VP, and then to have that viper, essentially try to run the second Trump term in a neoliberal, neocon manner. That's it in a nutshell. I've told you this was going to happen, and now the Kochs have shown their cards. And this is why Ronna McDaniel and the RNC folks continue to do these debates. This is why, Fox News is now going to be cheerleading. They already have Nikki Haley. It's the neoliberal, neocon aspect of all this. So stay tuned. I'll do more detailed breakdown of this afternoon as a new announcement came out for a major endorsement for Nikki Haley, neocon Nikki. Want to introduce, first time in the War Room, a really bold and major new voice. The GB News, they've got Nigel, and I love the show. I watch GB News on my app all the time. Nana Akweer joins us. And by the way, Raheem was correct. I had mispronounced your name to Raheem. He goes, no, it's actually Akweer. And I didn't know if Raheem was pulling my chain or not. So, Nana, thank you for coming. You're also a new columnist for my favorite paper, the Daily Mail. And
yes, that's right.
Your first column was so in your face about one of our favorite topics here, Prince Harry and Meghan, and you called him a traitor. Can you walk through what the column, what your evidence was with this, and what was your purpose?
Well, look, I would say they should be done for treason, honestly. I checked out the dictionary definition of the word, and it's frankly somebody who basically, goes against and tries to literally overthrow the monarchy, which in my view, the way he's behaving is that. But I just find that his behaviour is somewhat disgraceful, and he has betrayed this country, which is one of the biggest definitions of the word itself. And actually, it's still punishable by life in prison. So for me, just listening to the pair of them, of course, Harry and Meghan got married. We were very happy for them. We were joyous. But it all sort of started going wrong when they started preaching about the climate. And sadly, the British people are good people. We can't bear listening to hypocrisy because they were travelling around the world in private jets, and then it all became too much for them. Then they started slagging off the royal family, talking on Oprah, but asking for privacy. So Prince Harry, for me, and Meghan are complete hypocrites, and it's quite sad the way they've behaved. And I know the people in this country, as much as we love our royal family, we have a lot of respect for the royal family, and we cannot keep watching them systematically lambast their own family. Frankly, it's ugly. It's really ugly to see that. And if you look at the history of Meghan herself, she doesn't even speak to her own family. So, and now Harry's not speaking to his family. I think it is actually quite sad.
Let me ask you, we had the wall-to-wall coverage around the Queen's death and the funeral. We then had a lot of coverage, not as much, obviously, about the birthday of Charles, or the situation with King Charles, the coronation of King Charles. Why did the BBC, because we monitor the BBC like we do MSNBC and CNN here in the War Room constantly, why did the more official voices of British media never bring up once, ever, the points you made in your column that I thought kind of cut to the heart of it? Why is the British establishment media covering for Prince Harry?
Do you know, I have no idea why they think they should cover for him. He would like to say that the press in this country are horrible to him, and that I know him and Meghan say that the press are racist. But then that's quite a broad brush to be, blaming or calling all of us that, when a lot of us are of colour as well. I don't really get why some of the others won't call out his behaviour But I'm very pleased to be on GB News because I'm ready to do that. Because what I see there is something that's totally unacceptable and something that in the real world, if anyone behaved in the way he has, no one would get away with it. So I don't know why a lot of the BBC, the established media, don't want to call out his behaviour, but I'm ready to do that.
How did Prince Harry get in this situation? I mean, as a young man, he had a lot of admirers in our country. My daughter had gone to West Point and was a big fan of his because of his military service. His service actually in the front lines in Afghanistan. I mean, this guy at the beginning was a real role model for what a modern. And I'm not a huge name in the monarchy. I'm kind of a Irish Republican, but he was exactly what you want these royal families to be. What happened to this guy?
He met Meghan. I think that's what happened there. Look, he was so popular. At one time, he dressed up as a Nazi going to a party, right? This is totally unacceptable. Anyone with half a brain would know that's totally out of order. But guess what? The British public forgave him. And they let him off. They said it was terrible. They told him off. But they still forgave him. See, Harry got away with that. He was literally the love of everyone's life. Everyone loved Harry when he was in the royal family before he met Meghan. And everyone was actually really happy with him when he got married because we all thought, how amazing. First of all, it's a woman of colour. And I can remember when it was announced that he was going to marry a woman of colour, I was in my car. I took my hands off the wheel. I know I shouldn't have. I punched the air. I thought, yes, somebody of colour in the royal family. You know, but unfortunately, it didn't turn out like that at all because even though she's of colour, it was almost as though she weaponised it. And it was as though when she came to this country in America, I think maybe she hadn't traded on any of the colour element of herself. I don't know whether she denied it. I think I'd heard that on her CV, or I think we call it a CV in this country. On her resume, you call it that there. She had put that she was Caucasian. This is what I hear. I'm not sure. I can't verify that. But in the UK, when we realised that she was of mixed race, we were very pleased because we don't have anybody who's of mixed race in the royal family. So we were exuberant. And I think it just flipped when they started preaching. And unfortunately, Harry apparently wasn't very nice to his staff. People kept resigning after working with them. There were a lot of complaints about their behaviour. And the British public don't like to see that. We don't like to see that. Although it was interesting that when she decided to not be part of the royal family, and they said they didn't want to be part of it, I remember in that documentary, that 6-part Netflix thing that they produced, she said that she was surprised. She didn't realise when she thought that everyone hated her, that the British public didn't hate them. The British public never hated them. We just didn't like the preaching. And unfortunately, the Oprah thing, I think, was the last straw, because the bottom line is they left asking for privacy. If you want privacy, you don't then arrange an interview with the possibly biggest global TV personality and presenter in the world. Why would you do that if you want privacy?
Nana, you've been in your commentary in GB News. You talk a lot about the attacks on the Judeo-Christian West, the potential decline of the West. GB News is always targeted for hate speech because these laws in England are kind of unfamiliar to people here in the United States. Now you've got Conor McGregor. They're coming after him for hate speech on the riots in Ireland. How free are you to actually voice strong opinions as a commentator in the United Kingdom?
You are free to a degree, but you have to, you have to employ common sense. Freedom of speech, but you are, you must suffer the consequences for the words you use. It can be tough because what happens is people want to label you far right the moment you say something like, well, there are two genders, male and female. The moment you try and deny the disassociation of biological sex with gender, because a lot of people are going on about that delusion. In my view, I think biological sex and gender are completely associated. You can't disassociate the two things. So you have to be wary and have to have an understanding of what can happen if you say the wrong thing without balance. But you are allowed to say things and you are free to say them, but you must provide balance. So, if I was to say something like that, I would probably have somebody on the other side giving a different perspective. But that's what we do at GB News. So on the channel I'm on, for example, the climate. When I was on the BBC, you had to be very careful. This is the British Broadcasting Corporation in the UK. It's the state-owned broadcaster. And on it, you really weren't allowed to question the climate. It was seen as settled science, and you really couldn't say anything. So if I was talking about the climate, I would say that the climate is changing, but how much impact man has on it is questionable. But I'd go that far. Whereas now, because I work for GB News, I'm within the same rules, but I'm not within the broadcast rules of the BBC. So I can question climate change. And, we are free to question it as long as we have a balance of opinions. You can't state things and just have no other pushback on what you're saying. So, yeah, that's how it works in this country.
With the respect people have for the intellectual firepower of Great Britain and the United Kingdom, can we reverse the decline of Western civilization when you have those tight restrictions on free thought and free speech in the United Kingdom? We've got about a minute. I want to hold you through the break, but I'd like to know your thoughts on that. Can we reverse the decline of Western civilization if we're playing under those house rules?
I really hope we can. I really hope we can, because you come under a lot of fire for saying what you see, and that is the truth. So saying that a man cannot be a woman, that is the truth. But you'll be called transphobic. You'll have a load of hate coming your way. You'll have everything coming. If I say things that are not approved in the narrative that a black person is supposed to say, I'll be called names like coconut and all sorts of ridiculous names. Oreo, something that's black on the outside, white inside. Can we reverse this? If we carry on and people like me are prepared to stand up and take the flack that comes with being truthful, because you cannot deny the truth. You can question it. You can have a go at people for saying it, but the truth is the truth. And I have hope that if I carry on pushing and talking and telling the truth, that people will be brave enough to join me and speak the truth as well.
Nana, hang on for 1 second. We'll take a short commercial break. Nana, a queer from GB News and a new columnist at the Daily Mail, will join us on the other side.
'Cause we're taking down the CCP. Spread the word all through Hong Kong. We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Hi, I'm Gina Bellich, here with TV anchor and spokesman Mitch Jelniker. Tell everyone watching at home what it means for you to be here today and who should be calling in right now.
Gina, you're right. I'm very excited to be here with you today. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault, call the number on your screen right now. They'll let you know if you have a case and how much your case is potentially worth.
Cars will break down. And when they do, it's too late. If your car is out of warranty, it leaves you with two choices. Get stuck paying for expensive repairs, or one phone call to CarShield. Their administrators pay for your covered repairs so you don't have to. Your coverage includes roadside assistance, towing, rental, and so much more. Plus, with their nationwide network, you choose the mechanic or dealer. Best of all, there's coverage for every wallet size. Make the smart call before it's too late. Call CarShield today.
Are you over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days? I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. Call now for this free book on maximizing your income in retirement. Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers from leading financial firm J.D. Mellberg. That's right, free. This book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now, because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known truths we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity, and it's free.
800-563-6716. 800-563-6716.
As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report. We researched numerous products and summarized rates and benefits of annuities, all from Silac Insurance Company.
Call 800-563-6716. That's 800-563-6716. Call now.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
This is a paid advertisement for legal.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call 1-800-319-0257. That's 1-800-319-0257.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, Charlie Kirk's going to follow us at noon here on Real America's Voice with 2 hours of populist nationalism. Also, then Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily, will follow him at 2. We're back from 5 to 7. At 6 o'clock, I've just added Ben Harnwell is going to join us. The Financial Times of London, as you know, my favorite paper and the leading business and economic and financial paper in the world, is now in total and full meltdown, once again, on the rise of the populist right in Europe, and Ben Harnwell is going to come and join me for that. We're also going to do a special. We're going to break down the Taiwan election. It looks like the coalition, the pro-CCP coalition, collapsed over the last 72 hours. We're going to have a report on that all-important elections take place in 30 days. At 5 o'clock, I'm going to go through a lot of what's happening on the energy front, but particularly how it ties back to the American economy in this massive financial crisis we have that people in Congress do not want to focus on. So we're going to break that all down at 5 o'clock, then at 6, and Ben will join me in the 6 o'clock show. Also, Madeline Peltz, our director of marketing over at Media Matters. She's the War Room marketing chief at Media Matters, and we always give her a hat tip. We love the folks at Media Matters. I don't know why. Why is Elon Musk suing them on some thermonuclear suit? Elon, you got to, brother, you got to get a thicker skin. If you're going to get in this game, if you're going to stop ripping off the American people on this bogus electric vehicle, which you want $1 trillion of infrastructure, which, by the way, we're going to talk about at 5 o'clock with our own Dave Walsh. And if you're kowtowing to the CCP and taking their money through the bogus joint venture in Shanghai with Tesla, you got to have tougher skin, bro. You get in the arena. Madeline Peltz and the team over at Media Matters, we love them. She's the best marketing director I've ever hired. It's Madeline Peltz. Not paying her, but, we love what she does for us over at Media Matters. The left continues to promote the right because they can't crush it, they can't beat it, so they inadvertently promote it. I want to thank Madeline and the team over there. Nana, how do people there's a situation with Nigel doing a TV show. I was not a huge fan of it, but maybe now that I see it, I want to get into that later. I want to get you back on and do that a separate time because that deserves its own focus. But how do people, anybody would start Daily Mail as initial columnist and say that Prince Harry's guilty of treason is my kind of lady. So how do people get all your content, where they go, the social media, your GB News commentary and show? Tell me where do people get more about you?
Okay, well, thank you. You can get my on my column, dailymail.co.uk. Or just search Mail online. I do a weekly column every Thursday. It's out. Otherwise, why not? You can download the GB News app or go to gbnews.com, where I have my show 3 till 6 UK time on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. We've got so much going on. Or you can join us, subscribe to us on YouTube, or I know GB News, we've got a new subscription base. So if anyone wants to subscribe to GB News, then go to gbnews.com and you can subscribe. We've got lots of different content. There's a small subscription fee, but you get all the stuff that the others won't get. But, the app is free and you can get all my content online, dailymail.co.uk or gbnews.com. Or please follow me on Twitter at NanaAquare1.
Nana Acquare, we honored to have you on here for your initial voyage. Look forward to having you back, ma'am. Great stuff.
Thank you.
They're fire breathers throughout the world, and they are not going to back off. I got Brother Seifert here. Seifert, I got to tell you, Building the Parallel Economy, the special we had with all the entrepreneurs on Friday, on Black Friday, I got so much great audience feedback. They love what you folks are doing. Walk me through, once again, the alternative economy. Because this fight's going to go on for decades now. You got to stop giving your money to people that hate you and hate your values. Seifert left basically Silicon Valley to build the platform Public Square that's leading the effort there. Walk us through it. How do people access it? How do people use it? And what is the task and purpose of doing it? Is it just sour grapes?
No, it's the very opposite of sour grapes, Steve. I'm glad you brought that up. We are a hopeful alternative to the collapsing establishment systems that have abused our trusts and our liberties for way too long. You talk on the show often about the importance of the populist right, a movement that's by the people and for the people and standing up for the classic American principles that has made our country, this republic, so special to date. We at publicsquare.com are the manifestation of that movement in the world of commerce. We want to be an economic engine that serves the American people and the small businesses that make this country so special. Our thesis is simple. We want to create a new American Renaissance era where the globalist, oligarchic corporate entities collapse while the small businesses that make our communities special, America First businesses, actually prosper. And ultimately, we believe that that American Renaissance era is possible. It just takes patriots voting with their wallets. A lot of people, Steve, believe that you're only able to vote every 2 and 4 years. They think that the ballot box is the limit to where they're able to cast their opinion about how society should be structured. But it's not true. Every single day, you have the ability to weaponize your purchases in a positive manner for the betterment of your community because you're putting your values behind your purchases. And so our encouragement to folks is recognize that you wield a ton of consumer purchasing power to shift society back toward the values of we the people. Steve, on Friday, when you showcased great entrepreneurs, and we were grateful to be in that mix, we actually experienced record traffic. Friday was our highest traffic day ever to publicsquare.com, and the movement is growing, which gives me great hope because it's a sign that the American people are not just complaining, they're putting their actions toward a positive solution. And you can find that positive solution and ability to vote with your wallet with companies that don't hate you at publicsquare.com.
By the way, it's totally free. If you're an entrepreneur that want to list your products or services so you get to this vast audience, it's free. If you're a patriot and say, hey, maybe I want to take a look at this. I don't want to keep giving my money to people that hate me and hate my values. It's totally free. Michael, where do they go right now to sign up? Because I get to, and I'm so impressed. You got this wrapped down now, brother. When Seifert used to come on as a former tech guy, I was like, huh, what? No, it's magnificent, bro. How do people get there? How do they sign up?
Well, you can join the movement at publicsquare.com. You're right, Steve. It is completely free, whether you're a consumer or a business. You can jump in at the site. You can also download the app from the App Store or Google Play as well. We're really grateful to have a pretty massive desktop usage. A lot of folks utilize the website, which is very uncommon in the world of commerce. Most people are so app-focused at this point. So we've really tried to revolutionize the web experience. A lot of people don't want to have to rely upon the App Store or Google Play, so you have the ability to do that at publicsquare.com. If you want to use the apps, you can do that there as well. We're changing the country with the power of consumer spending. Black Friday, Small Business Saturday, Cyber Monday were huge for us, but it is just the beginning. We are changing this country through the power of commerce. And Steve, we'd love for you and your listeners to join us.
We'll be all over it. You get to vote every day. Listen to Seifert. He's going to be at AmFest. Michael, thank you so much. Look forward to having you back on. Go check out Public Square right now, publicsquare.com. Charlie Kirk is up next. AmFest, 16 to 19 in Phoenix. You got to be there. Seifert's going to be there. Look at that young man. Look at the rap now. We're back at 5 to 7. See you then.
Hi, I'm Gina Bellich here with TV anchor and spokesman Mitch Jelniker. Tell everyone watching at home what it means for you to be here today and who should be calling in right now.
Gina, you're right. I'm very excited to be here with you today. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault, call the number on your screen right now. They'll let you know if you have a case and how much your case is potentially worth.
Cars will break down. And when they do, it's too late. If your car is out of warranty, it leaves you with two choices. Get stuck paying for expensive repairs, or one phone call to CarShield. Their administrators pay for your covered repairs so you don't have to. Your coverage includes roadside assistance, towing, rental, and so much more. Plus, with their nationwide network, you choose
להשאיר את זה משהו? זה לא כל ערב זה ככה, זה רגיל.
لا شكله زي امبارح والله
Çok yakın bir ara. Muhabir şurada dursun, ben burada durayım ya. Yok. Geniş olsun lan. Ama kapı görünmüyor ki. Evet. Tamam.
Ya yapayım. Senin
Tamam.
zaten oyun geçirmiş.
Tamam. Dur ben çıkayım. Oo. Işık takmamışım. Anahtar yok, anahtar.
Abi aramadın. Ben arayayım. Tamam arıyorum.
Dün kurtur ediyor diyordu ya zeytin ağacının altında.
Ha, zeytin ağacından mı? Efendim?
Daldan mı? Bana bir baktım resim para. Daha Allah canına dal ışığın önüne geliyor.
Ben ilk başta anlamadım da ikincide fark ettim ben de. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Where are you from? Jerusalem. AP. What's your name?
Moshe.
Moshe.
Guanjan. Hi.
Usame.
Usame? Usame. Moshe.
Moshe.
Welcome. Good luck. You have a...
I am.
Okay. So you can stand here.
Yeah, but we have. So we will do your background. Evet, evet.
The camera and the
No, no,
chair.
no. Ha. Öyle olmayacak. Şu uzun işte. They will be there. Yeah. No worries. The copy.
No, but because yesterday I was here till 2 o'clock in the morning. Today it's early.
I hope.
Baksana nasıl sıkıyorlar. Biliyor musun?
Ha, evet lan. Ne diyor lan?
Bizim işte o gün saldırıyoruz ya.
Tepe mi?
Aynen. Doğancan bir şey
Did you
diyor.
say something? Can you speak English?
Doğancan 15 saatte önce
Salmışlar.
teslim ediyorlar. Arabalarla beraber silahlı bir böyle gövde gösterisi yaparak gidiyorlar.
Görüntüsü var mı?
Videosu da var.
Ne, gruba mı attılar, şeye mi attılar?
Yok abi. Her şey
Kardeş, o
kurban.
zaman şimdi sana gelen şeyi ben isteyemem yani.
Telegram lan.
Ha işte geldim onu diyorum.
Telegram ama İbranice.
He. Bulsunlar o zaman.
Yani bunun çevirisini nasıl yaptım biliyor musun? Harf harf yaptım.
Yok canım.
İbranice ya abi. Normal çevirmiyor. Harf harf çevirdim.
Fotoğraf
Telegram'dan
çekip
arattım.
yapamıyor musun? Fotoğraf çekip.
Abi yok şey. Telegram'da aratmam lazım bulmam için.
He.
Harf harf çevirdim.
He.
Kopyaladım. Yapıştırdım. Bir post sayfası çıktı.
Vallahi
Emek var ya.
Şeyle toplu
Bunu
iğneyle
takip etmiyorum. Sadece arananlarda var.
toplu iğneyle kazmışsın yani. Bak ya, şatırı 8000'e sen mi getirdin? Hep bir tuzak, hep bir tuzak. Kapak da kapalı.
Abi önceden öyle yaparlarmış herhalde.
Sade şatır değil, kapak da kapalı. You guys are students? You look young. You know the prisoners? They're gonna raise them from here? University of Turkey. It's not Istanbul. When?
Abi burada şimdi 1 kilometre öte filan yani aslında. Burada biz çok kısa gördük. Asıl olay orada. Filistinliler de orada bekliyor.
Şurası bir kapı mı?
Şimdi bu yoldan böyle gidiyor. Otobüs buradan çıkıyor.
Şöyle mi
Durmadan
gidiyor?
gidiyor.
Şu taraf.
Aynen. Biz de o kadar biliyoruz.
Tamam.
Asıl bunun bura böyle hapishane şey olduğu için bayağı gidiyor. İleride bir kapı daha var demir.
Şeyin Gazze, Filistin'in,
Bat Şeria'ya, Ramallah'a açılan kapı. Oradan salıyorlar. Orada da askerler falan olduğu için şu yukarıda bu kapıyı gören yer orası abi.
Evet hazırız şimdi.
Işıkların üst tarafı gibi.
Atış matış yaptılar da o geçen kadın
işte.
böyle şey yaptı.
Evet biz de oradaydık işte. Biz de oradaydık.
Televizyon mu çekiyor oğlum otelde? El Cezire var bir şey.
İşte o gün işte oraya taş atıyorlar. Onlar da oraya gaz atıyor ve mermiyle olduğunu ateş ediyor. Bugün de ve o gün orayı komple aldılar böyle Avrupa'ya. Çıktı bayağı oradaki asker. Aynı şey.
Hatta ben de mi? Sen de mi? Almamışım ben arabanı. Olabilir. Benim de yüksek arası. Yüksek ihtimal ha. Mikrofonu almadım ben. Senden mikrofon. Tamam. Şu drone değil mi lan havadaki?
Drone'dan bakıyorlar işte.
Kırmızı ışık sabit duruyor.
Bugün daha onu saldılar.
Bizdeki Koca Yusuf var biliyor musun sen onu gördün mü? Koca Yusuf var şimdi oraya yüksek sal.
Koca Yusuf değil ya anladı.
Biz öyle isim taktık. Biz taktık öyle. O yükseklikten zoom girer yüzünü çekiyor biliyor musun?
Abi çok fena izliyorlar ya.
Gidelim abi oraya ben nasıl geçeceğim? Dışarı mı geçeyim? Aslında söylesene bir şuraya geçebilir miyim diye. Geçeriz ya. Kameraların önünde olacaksın ama.
Hani önünde eğilerek geç onlar canlı verir.
Öyle yapacağım onlar canlı verir. Bir şey diyeceğim şunun kamerasına giriyor muyum ben?
Giriyorsun.
Abi şurada yapsak. Yani ya sen burada duracaksın, çekileceksin kenara. Ben zoom gireceğim, döneceğim. Nasıl yapalım? Ya da bunlarda da görüneceksin ama adamın resmini bozmuyor.
Onlar
gel ya.
basıyor.
Gel. Çünkü dünya kullanıyor bunları. Ne yapacağız şimdi? Gel ya şuraya gel.
Mehmet Türkay burada bir hazırlık, hareketlilik yok. Yalnızca geride bıraktığımız saatlerde takribi 1,5 saat önce Kızılaç'ın otobüsü içeriye geçti. Hatta kapıda Barış Yer şöyle gösterirse burası hemen giriş noktası. Bizler şu anda Ofer cezaevinin hemen önündeyiz. Yani onların çıkış yapacağı noktayız. İşte bu alanda girdi, içeride kısa bir işlem vardı o noktada. O işlemler gerçekleştirildi ve Kızılaç üyeleri içeriye girdi. Onların çıkışı henüz olmadı. Bir hareketlilik yok. Çünkü dün Türkiye saatiyle
Konuşuyorum Ocak, Şubat, Mart, Nisan, Mayıs, Haziran, Temmuz, Ağustos, Eylül, Ekim, Kasım.
Evet, Türkiye, Türkiye saatiyle 2.30'da çıktı.
Şimdi konuşuyorum.
Dün de benzer saatlerde girmişti çünkü Kızılaç'a bir saat veriliyor. Tabii dün aynı saatlerde girmişti. Onlara bir saat veriliyor. Onlar o saatte burada hazır olmak zorunda. Yani dilerse 24 saat sonra verse Kızılaç tam saatinde buraya geliyor. Tabii diğer refah sınır kapısındaki durum da aynı. Yine orada da aynı saatte koordinasyonlu bir şekilde aynı anda geliyorlar. Ancak önce İsrail'le rehineler alınıyor, refah sınır kapısına getiriyor ki burada az önce paylaştık, şu an itibariyle onların teslimi gerçekleşiyor. İlerleyen saatlerde refah sınır kapısına gelmeleri beklenmekte. Yaklaşık 1 saat sürebilir. Daha sonra buradaki durum devam ediyor. Aslında burada birazcık daha uzatılıyor. Daha erken. Çok daha erken aslında saklı oldu anlaşılan. Gece son olarak dün de mesela Türkiye saati 2.30'da bırakıldı. Yani oldukça uzun bir süreç oluyor. Nedeni de aslında özellikle biz geride bıraktığımız günlerde yayın yaparken hemen bu hapishanenin dışında bir alan var demiştik yukarıdan. Filistin'in izlediği alan var. Hem oradakilerin oradan ayrılması için bir operasyon da yapıyorlar o mahalleye. Her gün yapıyorlar. Bugün de yapıldı. Bir kez daha yapılıyor. Hatta şu anda o noktadan barışın arkasında bulunuyor. Çakarlar yanmaya devam ediyor. Oraya bir operasyon yapıyorlar. Orayı oldukça geniş bir alana kadar temizliyorlar. Yani oradaki bir nebze küçük böyle buruk da olsa bir sevinçlerini aslında onu bile çok görüyorlar ve o nedenden dolayı burası çok uzuyor. Burada tabii çıkış işlemleri vesaire birçok işlem de oluyordur kuşkusuz, ancak o noktadaki durum nedeniyle uzuyor iş. Evet, hareketlilik hep var. Onlar hep buralardalar. Hiç hareketsiz değiller zaten. Burada devriye de atıyorlar yukarıya. Normal bir durum. Herhangi bir gelişme yok yani, söyleyeyim. Öncelikli olarak Adalet Bakanlığı, İsrail Adalet Bakanlığı serbest bırakılacaklara ilişkin 300 kişi 300 kişilik bir liste oluşturmuşlardı. Bu listeyi yayınladılar. Hatta bu liste üzerinden Netanyahu eleştirildi. O eleştiri de şuydu: bir İsrail'i öldürmüş Filistin değil mi? Evet, yukarıda atış sesleri geliyor an itibariyle. Barış, dönebilir miyiz? Müsait miyiz acaba? Böyle ifade ettiğimiz noktayı dönmeye çalışacağız. Canlı onu da paylaşmış olalım. Şöyle Barış şimdi yaklaşacak o alana doğru. Bakın yukarıda hareketlilik devam ediyor. İşte o alanda şu an itibariyle anlaşılır gibi bir durum var. Şöyle 300 kişilik bir grup. Evet, çakarlar da var, araçlar da var. İşte bu noktaya genelde İsrail operasyon düzenliyor ve oradakileri uzaklaştırmaya çalışıyor. Şöyle Adalet Bakanlığı 300 kişilik listeyi paylaştığında Netanyahu'ya tepki gösterdiler. Tepkinin sebebi şuydu: diyorlar
nasıl göstereceğiz diye bak.
300 kişi, bu 300 kişi içerisinde herhangi bir İsrailliyi öldürmüş kimse var mı? Eleştiri bu yönde. Netanyahu onları serbest bırakmayacağız demişti. Ancak mesela bu isimler arasında tabii taraflar bir liste oluşturdu ve o listeler her gün tartışılıyor, her gün konuşuluyor. Mesela dün de vardı. İki taraf listeyi aldı ve kimin çıkacağı, kimin çıkmayacağı noktasında görüşmeler gerçekleştirdiler ve Barış'ın göstermiş olduğu alan bakın yine hareketli. Orada
ben şöyle bir
askerler
şey yapacaksak şöyle
geliyor. Atıyorlar yoğun bir şekilde. Plastik mermi sesleri ya da normal mermi sesleri de gelmeye devam ediyor. Her gün bu şekilde. O nedenden dolayı o mahallede yoğunluk olduğu için buradaki işlemde uzuyor. Orayı tamamen süpürmeye çalışıyor. Sebepsiz bir yere. Zaten burada bir sınır gibi bir alan var. O sınırın ötesi zaten Filistinlerin yaşamış olduğu nokta. Geri tarafta bir tampon bölge var. Sonra olgun cezaevi var. Böyle bir hal. O nedenden dolayı şu an itibariyle o noktadaki araçları görüyorsun ama onlar ambulansa da benziyor. Tabii ambulanslar da o noktada.
Evet, sizler de belirttiniz. İsrail Gazze şehrine yönelik saldırılarının 49. gününde 4 günlük bir insani ara verilmişti. O insani ara bugün Türkiye saatinde sabah saat 8'de sona erecekti. Eğer ki bir anlaşma olmasaydı ve herkesin merak ettiği konuda bir anlaşma olmayacağıydı. Yine ifade ettiniz. Dün akşam saatlerinde 2 gün daha uzatılmasına karar verildi. Ateşkesin, insani aranın ve elbette ki geride bıraktığımız 4 gün boyunca 4 esir takası gerçekleşti. Öncelikle dünkü esir takasından bahsedelim sizlere. Dün yine Hamas 11 İsrailliyi serbest bıraktı. O İsrailler İsrail'e geldikten sonra da Yine hemen arkamızda bulunan Ofer hapishanesinden 33 Filistinli serbest bırakıldı. 3'ü kadın, 30'u çocuk. Yine şunu da sizlere aktaralım. Hamas serbest bıraktığı İsraillere ilişkin görüntü de paylaştı. Aslında o görüntülerde dikkat çeken unsurlardan bir tanesi Hamas üyeleriyle İsraillilerin birbirlerine el salladığı görüntülerde dikkat çeken bir görüntüydü. Öte yandan yine 33 Filistinli de coşkuyla karşılandı Ramallah'ta büyük bir kalabalık tarafından ama İsrail güvenlik güçleri tarafından da orada bir müdahale gerçekleştiğini sizlere söyleyelim. Öte yandan bugün de yine belirttiğimiz İSİL takası devam edecek. Varılan mutabakat kapsamında toplamda 20 İsrailli ve 60 Filistinlinin serbest bırakılması bekleniyor. Bu anlamda Başbakan Netanyahu'nun da bir açıklaması var. İsrail Başbakanı'nın serbest bırakılan her İsrailliye karşılık 10 katı Filistinli'nin serbest bırakılacağını ifade etmişti. Bu anlamda dediğim gibi 3 katı Filistinli'nin serbest bırakılacağını ifade etmişti. İşte bugün ve yarın onar İsrail'in daha serbest bırakılması ve peşinden de 30'ar Filistin'in daha serbest bırakılmasını bekliyor. Şimdi hemen biraz sizlere TRT kameramanı Mustafa Tosun o noktayı da göstersin. Tabii arkamda kameralarla gördüğünüz belki zira dünya basınında yoğun bilgisi var. Özellikle uluslararası ajanslar da buradan görüntü alıyorlar. Çünkü önümüzdeki dakikalarda çıkması bekleniyor. Şu anda Ofer hapishanesinin önünde bulunuyoruz. Genelde buradan çıkarılıyor Filistinli esirler otobüslerle buradan çıkarılıp daha sonra Batı Şeria'ya doğru hapishanenin Batı Şeria tarafında kalan bölümüne yönlendiriliyorlar ama o bölümde de zaman zaman daha önce Merve Güneş de aktarmıştı. Merve de aktarmıştı. Gerginlikler oluyor. Hatta polis orada bulunan Filistinlilere ateş açıyor. Hali hazırda ben yayına hazırlanırken de Mustafa Tosun'la beraber yayına hazırlanırken de o bölgeden silah sesleri geliyor. Yine sirenlerin de yandığını görüyoruz. Şimdi o bölgeye de dönmek istiyorum. O bölgede size göstermek istiyorum. Dediğimiz gibi o noktadan da zaman zaman silah sesleri, ateş etme sesleri geliyor. Yine bakın orada bir zannediyorum bir ambulansın tepe lambasını görüyorum. Şu anda da Üsame Tosun o noktayı ekranlarınıza getiriyor. Zira zaman zaman plastik mermilerle ateş edilirken zaman zaman gerçek mermi de kullanılıyor o noktada ve bizim de duyduğumuz sesler bu yöndeydi. Silah atışlarını çokça burada yayın hazırlanırken duyduk. Hala hazırda işte gördüğünüz gibi ambulanslar bekliyor. Zaman zaman darbede gerçekleşiyor. O bölgede bekleyen Filistinlilere yönelik olarak dediğimiz gibi buradan bu az önce gösterdiğimiz kapıdan o bölgeye doğru götürülecekler ve yine bu noktada bugün 30 Filistinlilerin daha serbest bırakılması bekleniyor. Elbette ki öncelikle geride bıraktığımız 4 esir takasında da olduğu gibi Hamas tarafından İsrail'e bırakılacak. O İsrail'e geldikten sonra da buradaki esir takası tamamlanmış olacak. Otobüslerle çıkarıldıktan sonra Filistinliler şu dakikalar itibariyle henüz daha burada bir bekleyiş sürdüğünü sizlere söyleyelim. Daha henüz kapı açılmadı ya da bir çıkış olmadı. Bu bilgiyi de sizlerle paylaşalım. Öte yandan biz bugün Gazze sınırına da gittik. Siderot'taydık ve orada Gazze'nin üzerinden dumanlar yükseldiğini gördük. Zaman zaman biz oradayken de dumanlar çıkıyordu. Bu anlamda bugün aslında Katar tarafından da bir açıklama yapıldı. Hakeza yine İsrail'den de açıklama geldi. Ateşkes ihlalleri yaşandı. Bu ateşkes ihlalleri elbette ki varılan anlaşmayı, mutabakatı bozacak kuvvetle, büyüklükte değildi ama küçük çaplı ateşkes ihlalleri yaşandı bugün ve bizler de TRT kameramanı Üsame Tosun'la birlikte o anları ekranlara getirmiştik. Yine İsrail'e ait İHA'larda tepemizde, daha doğrusu Gazze'nin tepesinde uçuşunu gerçekleştiriyordu. Bu anlamda böyle bir gün yaşandığında sizlere söyleyelim. Yani evet ateşkes geniş anlamıyla uygulanıyor ama zaman zaman ateşkes ihlalleri de bölgede yaşanıyor. Bu bilgiyi sizlerle paylaşalım. Öte yandan bu insani ateşkesin uzatılması, insani aranın uzatılması yalnızca esir takası bağlamında önemli değil. Aynı zamanda tabii esir takası gerçekleşiyor ve 2 gün daha gerçekleşecek ama asıl önemli olan burada Gazze'ye yardımların girebilmesi. Çünkü Gazze'de pek çok insan, pek çok insani ihtiyaçlar, en temel ihtiyaçlarından uzak durumda. Aynı zamanda yine sağlık hizmetleri çok kısıtlı bir şekilde verilebiliyor. Filistin'den yapılan açıklamalara göre Gazze'de 2 hastane kısmen hizmet verebiliyor. 2 küçük hastane ancak kısmen hizmet verebiliyor. Gazze'nin güneyinde ise 11 hastaneden 7'si yine kısmen hizmet verebiliyor. İşte bu anlamda sağlık hizmetlerinin çok zorlu sağlanıyor ki bu gün Türkiye'nin de bölgede önemli adımları vardı. Bir Sahra Hastanesi kurulması için çalışmalar yapacağını belirtmişti Sağlık Bakanı Fahrettin Koca. Bugün de teknik heyet o çalışmaları gerçekleştirdi. Gazze'ye geçerek dolayısıyla bu önemli bilgiyi de sizlerle paylaşalım. İşte o yüzden de aslında ateşkesin uzatılması çok büyük bir önem taşıyor. Ayrıca işte şu anda yine bakın bilmiyorum ekranlara sizler duyabiliyor musunuz ama o bölgeden yine silah sesleri biz duyabiliyoruz. Şu anda TRT kameramanı Usam Ötosu'nun az önce ekranlarınıza getirdiği yerde yine silah seslerini duyabiliyoruz. Bir taraftan işte dediğimiz gibi zaman zaman silah atışları da yaşanıyor ama öbür taraftan da bu insani yaranın en azından bölgenin genelinde uygulanması Gazze'ye yardımların daha sürekli ve daha çok olarak girmesine neden oluyor. Bu da dediğimiz gibi çok çok önemli. Özellikle Refah'tan çok sayıda yardım giriyor. Elbette ki bunlar yeterli değil ama çok çok önemli. Şimdi tabii şunu söyleyelim. Biz bu 4 günlük ateşkesin son saatlerine gelirken hep şunu söyledik. Aslında yalnızca biz değil, tüm bölgede, tüm dünyada bu soru vardı. Bu ateşkes uzayacak mı, uzamayacak mı? Aslında İsrail'den gelen sert cevaplar vardı. İsrail ateşkesin ardından Gazze'ye tüm gücüyle saldıracağını ifade ediyordu. Bu anlamda yine böyle bir durum, böyle sert açıklamalar var ama öte yandan o ateşkes şimdilik sağlandı. Peki 2 gün sonra ne olacak? Devam edecek mi, etmeyecek mi? Şimdiki merakla beklenen soru bu aslında. Bunu elbette ki ilerleyen günlerde göreceğiz. Dileğimiz bu ateşkesin kalıcı hale gelmesi ve bir çözüm bulunması ama öte yandan dünyanın da gözü buraya çevrilmiş durumda. Pek çok ülkeden buraya ilişkin açıklamalar geliyor. Yine Amerika Birleşik Devletleri Dışişleri Bakanı Antony Blinken'ın da bu hafta İsrail'e geleceği açıklandı. Amerika Birleşik Devletleri tarafından bu anlamda dediğimiz gibi dünyanın gözlerini çevirdiği bir noktadayız. Bizler şu anda TRT Haber ekibi olarak rehinelerin serbest bırakılması, esirlerin serbest bırakılmasını bekliyoruz ama şunu da söyleyelim. Son olarak süreçte Türkiye'nin de rolü çok büyük. Türkiye'nin de gerçekten bu süreçte önemli bir rol oynadığını söyleyebiliriz sizlere. Özellikle ikinci esir takasında Cumhurbaşkanı Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın talimatı ve Milli İstihbarat Teşkilatı'nın girişimleri sayesinde Taylandlı rehinelerde Hamas tarafından serbest bırakılmıştı. Bu anlamda Türkiye'de bölgeyi yakından takip ediyor. Hem diplomasi sahasında burası için çaba gösterilirken hem de buradaki gelişmeler sahada da yakından takip ediliyor. Dediğimiz gibi bizler şu anda İsrailli esirlerin serbest bırakılmasının beklendiği Ofer hapishanesinin önünden bekleyişimizi sürdürüyoruz diyelim. Gelişmeleri bu şekilde özetleyerek sözü yeniden merkeze bırakalım. Sağ olun.
Tabii şuraya bakar. Resim yamuk mu? Terazi. Terazi. Ulan kafayı yiyeceğim lan. Vallahi kafayı yiyeceğim.
Hacı abi şuraya bir yan yana bir yer mi? Biz de şuraya mı geçsin?
Oraya gelirsen tam çıkışı göremezsin. Zaten çok güzel bir şey yok.
Neresi?
Bak şimdi biraz hareketlensin ortalık. Bunları yanaştırırız. Size biraz daha gideriz. Bunlar da çıkmış yalan. Belki bir şeyler dedi. Bir sorsana oraya. Değil mi? Yok. Bir şeyler dedi. Kameraya gösterdim. Tamamlamadın mı?
Yok ya işte şey için diyor. Önden geçtik yani de.
Hayır. Kameraya gösterdim.
Şu araba geldi ya. Araba geldi ya.
Onlar hep burada çünkü.
Değil mi? Onlar gidiyor. Önü dönük ya araba. Ben diyorum ki tam çıkış esnasında orada sağ tarafa çıkarım.
Abi omuza da alırız ya.
Sağ tarafa çıkarım. Şu kapıyı görmem.
Ya şunu bir metre sandırsan aslında. İkimizi tutar.
Bunu da buraya nasıl şey yapalım.
Milletin asisti var.
Bu şeyi bağladım ya. Burada kalması lazım. Şeyim var lan görüyor. Ağacı kancası yok mu? Tane hoş mu?
Ayrıca tuvalet varmış.
Burada. Buradan mı vuruyor? Burayı da görüyor orada.
Onu çok, burayı tam görmüyor. Mümkün değil, uzak bayağı. Hadi biber gazlarından arıyor. Ne mi orada? Şimdi bize doğru sıktılar işte. Ben dedim ben gitmem oraya. Bildiğim vurdular beni.
Burada yedik yiyoruz değil mi?
Burada giymemiştim. Böyle o zaman bilmiyorduk ki ilk geldiğimiz. Zaten bak. O tepenin olduğu yer vurulan şu an burası. Onun bir üstünde de gazeteciler vardı. Bak, sana ışıklı var. Orada da ikinci durduğumuz yer. Bu sefer de oraya attılar. Bayağı çocuğu vurdular, aldılar, götürdüler. Ertesi günde birini elinden vurdu. Abi hatta şunu çektiririz.
Yok ulan canlı da ya. Evet. Valla. Oradan kapıyı görüyor mu? Mavi. Görmüyor. Ama
Nereden çıkacakmış? Hadi ya. Onlar niye orada duruyor?
بلش التحرك بلش التحرك بلغ الشباب الباص بيطلع كمان 5 دقايق 10 دقايق بالكثير او هلا بيطلع كمان شوي يلا باي باي
Otobüs buradan çıkmıyor falan diyorlar. Duydun mu? Ne olursa şurada dur tamam mı?
Havadayız aynen.
למה הוא קונה ככה?
לא, לא, שטויות. אני לא מתערב מה שקורה לי בפרונט.
Mert, şuraya gel.
הוא רוצה להיכנס. ברוך השם.
Deutsche Autobus. Nein. Voilà.
Verelim tamam. Hazırız. Bence ne yapalım? Şuraya mı vuralım? Gel. Tamam. Evet konuşuyorum Ocak, Şubat, Mart, Nisan, Mayıs, Haziran, Temmuz, Ağustos, Eylül, Ekim, Kasım, Aralık, Ocak, Şubat konuşuyorum. Tamam. Tamam. Onun için başka gidince geleceklermiş.
Kıza gelirse.
Evet sizler de bahsettiğiniz yeni esir takası başladı. Henüz neticelenmedi. Öncelikle onu söyleyelim. Katar'dan bir açıklama geldi. Katar Dışişleri Bakanlığı Gazze'de bulunan 10 İsrail'in ülkelerine getirilmek üzere Kızılaç yetkililerine teslim edildiğini duyurdu. Şimdi normalde süreç şöyle işledi. Geride bıraktığımız 4 esir takasında önce Hamas elindeki İsrail'i rehineleri serbest bırakıyordu. Kızılaç'a teslim ediyordu. Onların İsrail'e gelmesiyle birlikte de arkamızdaki bu Ofer hapishanesinden Filistinli esirler serbest bırakılıyordu. Yine Kızılaç eşliğinde geride bıraktığımız dakikalarda Kızılaç aracı da bu noktaya hapishanenin kapısının önüne geldi. Normalde beklenen buradan hapishanenin kapısı önünden içerideki meslektaşlarını da alıp devam etmeleri ve otobüsü arka yoldan takip etmeleriydi. Ama bu olmadı. Kızılaç aracı hapishanenin önünde şu anda ekranlarımıza gelen aracın yanında belli bir süre bekledikten sonra yeniden arkamızda bulunan noktaya, park ettiği noktaya geri döndü. Bu anlamda elbette ki ne yaşandığını tam olarak şu an için bilemiyoruz ama esir takasının henüz tamamlanmadığını, Filistinli esirlerin serbest bırakılmadığını şu dakika itibariyle söyleyebiliriz. Yine zaman zaman havada helikopterlerin uçtuğunu da duyabiliyoruz bulunduğumuz bölgeden. Yine Batı Şeria'da bulunan taraftan da hapishanenin o bölgesinde zaman zaman Filistinliler de toplanıyor çıkacak esirleri karşılamak için. O bölgeden de geride bıraktığımız dakikalarda zaman zaman silah sesleri duyuyorduk. Şu anda biraz daha sakinliğin hakim olduğunu söyleyebiliriz bölgede. Dediğim gibi Kızılaç aracının da burada hapishanenin kapısına yanaştıktan sonra yeniden içeri girmesi de aslında diyebiliriz yeniden park etmesi, hareket etmemesini diyebiliriz. Bu anlamda dediğimiz gibi yine önümüzdeki dakika veya saatlerde esir takasının gerçekleşmesini bekliyoruz. Şu anda dediğimiz gibi Ofen hapishanesinin önünde bulunuyoruz. Tabii şunu söyleyelim, bugün gün içinde de ateşkese dair zaman zaman ateşkes ihlalleri yaşandı. Yine açıklamalar yapıldı taraflardan. Gazze'de zaman zaman patlamaların, çatışmaların olduğuna dair bizler de Gazze sınırındaydık. Bugün o noktaları da görüntüledik. Gazze'nin üzerinden dumanlar yükseliyordu ve İsrail'e ait Az önce orada aynı araçta 3 tane vardı. Merve Türkay, 3 polis otosu bu noktada dizilmişti. Hatta bir tanesi yan tarafa geçti. Barış'ın arkasında şu an itibariyle diğer ikisi. Bekliyorlar, biz bir konvoy halinde çıkarlar diye düşünüyorduk. Ancak daha sonra o noktadan ayrıldılar ve tek araç kaldı. Ancak içerinin ışığı yandı.
Zaman diliminde toplamda 4 esir takası sırasında 51 İsrailli ve 150 Filistinli serbest bırakılmıştı. Bugün ve yarın da toplamda 20 İsrailli ve 60 Filistinli'nin daha serbest bırakılmasını bekliyoruz. Zaten demiştim 10 İsrail esir bugün yine serbest bırakıldı. Önümüzdeki dakika veya saat dilimlerinde de 30 Filistinli'nin serbest bırakılmasını bekliyoruz. Süreç bu şekilde işleyecek. Ondan sonra ateşkes yeniden uzatılabilir mi? Yoksa İsrail'in saldırıları devam mı edecek? Bunu henüz bilmiyoruz. Ancak elbette ki en çok merak edilen konu bu. Yine şunu hatırlatalım, tüm dünyanın gözü de bu noktaya çevrilmiş durumda. Zira bu hafta İsrail'in belirtildiği ateşkesin uzatılması yalnızca esir takası için değil, aynı zamanda Gazze'deki sivillere yardımların ulaştırılması için de çok büyük bir önem taşıyor. Zira ateşkesle birlikte çok daha fazla, çok daha fazla yardım Gazze'ye giriş yapmaya başladı. Elbette ki onlar dahi yeterli değil. Yine sizlerle paylaşalım. Öte yandan Gazze'de zorlu bir sağlık hizmeti veriyor insanlar. Hatta artık neredeyse verilemiyor diyebiliriz. İşte bu yüzden Türkiye'nin de önemli çalışmaları bulunuyor. Böyle bir Sahra Hastanesi kurulmasına yönelik ama şu dakika itibariyle sahadaki beklentimiz dediğimiz gibi bugünkü yani uzatılan ateşkesin ilk esir takasının tamamlanması. Bunun Hamas ayağı tamamlandı ve İsrail'de beyneler Kızılaç'a teslim edildi ve tekrar şu gelişmeyi hatırlatalım sizlere. Burada da Kızılaç aracı az önce hapishanenin önüne geldi ancak o araç herhangi bir aksiyon yapmadan bir süre bekledikten sonra yeniden park ettiği noktaya geri dönüş yaptı. Şu anda sağdaki son gelişmeler bu şekilde ama bizim TRT Haber ekipleri olarak sağdaki takibimiz sürüyor olacak diyelim.
Çok adım, çok. Bak şimdi. Kafamda sağlı solu gideceğiz. İkisinin tam ortasına götürüyor.
Hacı abiler bu iş uzayacak ya.
Evet, peki ya.
Buraya gelip
Sebepleri karıştırdılar böyle.
İkiye kadar bekleyeceğiz mi? Vallahi muhtemelen.
فانتظر على ثم ستزازيته يوم كان يقول استمر المواد البسيطة No, I'm hoping. Get to get it. Getting ready to run away.
Country asked them why they go back.
That's the signal. That's the signal. They are ready to go to the checkpoint. New Zealand 5 days in? No, it didn't come from here. It's going from the base. So the shot here, now, it's like the red cross. That's the shot. When they try, it's like over. And we also have somebody on the other side taking the light shot.
But do they have any information about the bus or something?
No, but the bus will go from the base. We won't see them. The minute they go, the bus stops to go.
Abi.
Sabah bir diyorum ya sana.
Please come with the
İşte buradan gel.
Market, I told you. You must be there.
I told you.
The bus is not going tonight.
Come back. Yeter.
It's okay, thank you.
To that side.
şarkılar. Okey. Geçti abi. אין, האוטובוס לא יוצא מהשער הראשי, אתה מתעניין? שם תפסתי אותו פעם אחת. הוא יקבל את האוטובוס, אני נראה לי שפשוט סיימתי פה. תחליטו, תגידו לי. וואלה, אין כלום. You asked me why did I change the phone. After the bus. After the bus. But even when the bus is going out, you can cross me because they have the other side better shot. You see? Yesterday I was in a good look. Looking at the AD video. You see, it's the AD celebration. That's the same. When the celebration happens, many places, like every day like this.
Hayır boss, hayır boss.
Nerede? Sam abi.
Boss.
Barış havada mıyız?
Ah, it went there, left.
it's over, guys. It's finished.
That's it. Bakalım saklı şeyi isterseniz daha yapalım.
Now the best way, if you don't want to walk more or so, you can see now. And then you have a night,
I'd like to do it tomorrow.
tomorrow night. The other thing. Just
Eyvallah.
no,
Oh, of course.
to keep the story. No, seriously, for you.
Of course, it's a better chance if we go live. We can also learn base instead of
What about Red Cross contacts?
What?
Red Cross?
I don't have any course. Maybe I should, but I just came here like.
I know Yeltsin also.
Yes. Yalçın Bey. Okay.
I know him.
Yalçın Bey. Okay.
I know him.